Everybody ready?
Yep, sure.
We'll call to order the Benton County Board of Commissioners meeting. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, roll call. Note that all commissioners are here except for Commissioner Pop, and he's excused. Approve or amend the agenda, Monty?
We have no changes.
Board?
Motion to approve the agenda is presented, Mr. Chair.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. County Board meetings are broadcasted live and video recorded on YouTube. Please refrain from speaking from the audience area and come to the podium so that the viewers can hear you. County Board observes Robert's Rules of Order for its meetings, so please obtain the board's chair's consent before addressing the County Board. Public comments are generally reserved for the open forum segment or public hearings. However, public comment on other agenda items may be allowed at the discretion of the board chair. As we begin today, please turn off the cell phones or turn them on to vibrate. Thank you. Beth, nothing on the open forum? Thank you. Consent agenda, what would we like to do with 1 through 10?
Move approval.
I am going,
Hold it.
okay.
We've got a motion, so we have to act on that motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Further discussion. Commissioner Benoit?
I would like to pull consent item number 5 and consent item number 10 and abstain from 2.
Okay.
I'll amend my motion to include those.
Also amend my second.
Thank you. Thank you, motion maker, seconder. Okay, with that, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Okay, Commissioner Benoit, number 5.
That one, I wasn't on the board when all of this came up, so just a brief explanation as to what that is.
Monty?
Sure. So 2024 was the first year of our 3-year class and comp maintenance program. So the county board entered an agreement with David Drown Associates to review a third of our classifications each year for possible reclassifications or market adjustments. And I believe those recommendations were presented last fall. Well, with any employee that's covered by a collective bargaining agreement, in order for you to implement those changes, you have to have an agreement, a negotiated agreement. And because we have contracts in place through the end of this year, you formalize that agreement through this document, a memorandum of agreement. So it's kind of an addition to or an amendment to the existing 3-year CBA. And basically the union says, okay, yeah, we agree to how you want to implement this, and the members vote on it, and then they sign off on it. So that's why this is on your agenda. And this is actually, we have 8 bargaining units, and this is the last one that we have an agreement with. So this will then have all of our groups settled.
Okay, thank you.
Got your clarification on that?
I did.
Okay, we'll take number 10 too.
Number 10, I just know that we discussed some stuff in the cow on how to reduce costs at the sheriff's department.
Yes.
So I know this was brought up at our cow to try and see if there was other options to try and cut that back.
I agree, Commissioner Benoit. Did Commissioner Heinen and Commissioner Kapinski have an opportunity to meet with the sheriff about this?
No, we have not yet.
I see Troy has with
Troy-
us by go-to, just.
Troy, would you like to comment on that?
Certainly. So we routinely seek what the updated pricing is going to be for the coming year. This is the price that our food vendor is asking. I know that in preparation for the meeting with Commissioners Kapinski and Heinen, we have sought some additional bids to see what else is out there and how competitive this bid is. I don't have results of that. I do know that in the past, when we've gone out for bid, that Summit Foods has been very competitive and or they've been willing to match the other bids. A 3.8% increase, I think, is very reasonable given the times we live in, and it's the lowest one we've seen in several years. So I'd be willing to entertain any other questions that the board might have.
Mr. Chair, Sheriff, that 287,000 was, and I haven't done the math here, but is based on how many inmate population? Because I know you have a chart here that shows that it, obviously the price goes down the higher number of inmates we have. But what was that number based off of for inmates?
Yeah, I believe when I did the math on that, I figured an average daily population of 40, 35 or 40.
Okay. And right now, what's our current population?
It's been going in between 35 and 40.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Troy?
Actually, Mr. Chair, I do have one more. What's the timeline on this, Sheriff? I mean, the commissioners haven't met with you yet about this for some other possibilities. So do we have a strict timeline, or is there something we can hold off on a little bit?
So of course, waiting Commissioner Hines' return, we discussed getting with these two board members and getting some dates today to have that first meeting. So
do we have time to hold off on this then, I guess is my
that's a question for Troy. What is the time frame to get this adopted? When does the current contract expire, by the way?
The current amendment expired on February 1st.
Okay.
If you'll permit, I can find the original agreement and find what our opt-out is. My suspicion is that we have the ability to terminate this amendment per the terms of the original agreement. I can, if you'll permit, I will see if I can find that quickly.
Yeah.
You can certainly table this and discuss it later in today's meeting if you wish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's your poll. What would you like to do with it?
I'd like to table it till we have more information.
Okay.
Okay. Excuse me. So Commissioner Benoit, what would you like to do with number 5?
I'll make a motion
To approve.
to approve.
I'll second that.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any further discussion on that? I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. And then number 10, table it.
I'll let her, it's her.
Yeah,
item
I'll
again.
make a motion to table that till later in the meeting.
Okay, thank you, and I'll second that also.
Okay, got clarification on that? Everyone's okay with that? Okay, if not, I'll call that question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you. We'll be getting back to you, Troy. Okay, next up,
Very good. Thank you.
Monty. The next item is agenda is a public hearing to consider creating a local housing trust fund. Before opening the public hearing, we'll first hear from county staff. And
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask Amanda if she could come to the podium and address this issue for you. You were kind of ready for this, weren't you?
Yes. I was. Figured I would be. Good morning,
morning.
County Board.
Morning.
I'd like to just kind of give you a little bit of background on establishing this local housing trust fund for the county. Essentially, the housing trust fund is going to be a permanent source of funding for continuing to meet some of our housing needs as it relates to when we established we established the housing study back in 2023, finalized that housing study, and there's a lot of information in that housing study that suggests that there's a huge housing need in the county. We identified a need of 3,800 units across the county. Part of that is implementing that housing study across the county, right? And one of those ways is to establish this local housing trust fund. And the whole local housing trust fund is essentially a tool to park some of the local housing aid dollars into so that we can utilize those funds for various different programming across the county. In addition, establishing the local housing trust fund allows us to leverage additional dollars from the state of Minnesota and other sources For example, Minnesota Housing right now has an RFP out there for us to apply to leverage additional dollars. We can apply for up to $225,000. But the only caveat to that is that we have a tool at the county, such as our local housing trust fund, to park those funds, if you will. The housing trust fund really is a tool to establish different types of programming. So one of the programming options that we're proposing after the establishment of this housing trust fund is to create a revolving loan fund, a fix-up fund, if you will, for some of our existing housing stock. We know that our existing housing stock needs some work in their county. It's older, so that this housing trust fund is a tool to kind of help establish some of those programs, such as that fix-up fund, if you will. So part of establishing this ordinance, there's a couple different components to the ordinance itself. So obviously the purpose is that it parks those funds for us that we receive from the state of Minnesota. There's eligible activities that you can designate within the trust fund to utilize those funds for different programming. As I mentioned, we can make grants, we can make loans. It doesn't necessarily have to be for low-income project. It can be for market rate projects. It can be for a wide variety of different projects, so we can create programming for. The caveat to that is that we need to create a program, a policy, and an application, and that's identified within the Housing Trust Fund ordinance. Another caveat to establishing the Housing Trust Fund is that we have to have a dedicated source of funding for this particular ordinance. And the dedicated source of funding is a couple of different things that we have already established. The local housing aid dollars has been dedicated or allocated to BEP to manage that on behalf of the county, and those funds are in a separate account already and earning interest. They have been earning interest since the time that we've been securing those funds on behalf of the county. And our current balance in that local housing aid account is $468.31. And of course, that's with earning interest over the past couple of years. So that's a dedicated source of funding. Also, the investment earnings from that fund is considered a dedicated source of funding. So we must have a dedicated source of funding in order to establish the Housing Trust Fund, okay? So those are our two dedicated sources. Other dedicated sources can come from local municipalities if they're doing projects in their city and they dedicate a portion of fees, if you will, to the trust fund. They can do that. We can have private investors dedicate source of private dollars into this trust fund. So really, it is a tool for us to park additional dollars, whether it's private or public money, okay? The administration of the Housing Trust Fund, really, we have it identified here as the nonprofit administrator. BEP has been dedicated to provide the administration of the Housing Trust Fund and as well as the local housing, county's local housing aid dollars. And so we would be the ones, Benton Economic Partnership would be the ones to administer the Housing Trust Fund and any funds that go into this account. So we will be the ones administering specific programs authorized by the ordinance. Again, creating applications, programs, policies, and then determining the terms and conditions of repayments of the loans or the grants that we issue. So any projects that we work on utilizing these housing trust fund dollars. We'll have a program in place, we'll have an application in place, and we'll be the ones administering it on behalf of the county. So essentially, those are the nuts and bolts of creating this ordinance. Again, a tool for the county to park public and private dollars and leverage additional funding through the state and other, federal apparently too as well. So I will open it up for questions if you have any.
At this time, we'll save that for the end. At this time, we'll now open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience or online who wishes to address the county board on this agenda item? If so, please come to the podium and give us your name and your address. Anybody wishing to speak on this matter? Final call for anyone wishing to address the county board. Okay, seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Are there any emails, letters, communications to be read into the record other than what you've already read?
No.
Has the department received any comments or concerns from any state agencies, cities, or townships on this agenda item?
No.
Thank you. Let's see. If any official action was required by an affected township, what was that action? And there was none, I'm assuming?
None.
Okay, county board now will have time for questions of staff and discussion. As a reminder to the audience, the public hearing portion is closed. Now we can open it up for questions.
Mr. Chair, a couple questions, Amanda. County board or EDA, which board is going to be helping manage this and making decisions?
It'll be the county board.
Okay. Also, if I'm understanding you correctly, the statewide affordable housing aid, those dollars year after year will go into this local trust fund?
It's already going into an account, a separate account, but it'll be facilitated and managed through the local housing aid.
And then I knew the 120,000 plus we had last year, and now I see the 25 certified aid is down to 50. What do you know what the formula is? Why that's so much less? Yeah, so it's going to be all over the place.
It may be, and it's not certain whether or not the state is going to continue to dedicate local housing aid dollars to communities. But again, we do have to have a dedicated source of funding, and even though it is, even if that funding source is shut off, if you will, we still have the interest earnings from the account to consider it the dedicated source of revenue.
And then you'll treat that revolving loan fund like you do with the other, where the paperwork comes in, it gets reviewed, and we approve or deny it.
Essentially, we will work with a third party that will actually administer. They specialize in administering small loans like that.
Okay.
And so they have it already set up. We already have I have a draft policy in place.
Yep.
And an application, and I'll come to the county board with that information. And essentially, it'll be up to BEP to manage that once that policy and program and application is already in place.
Sure.
So I won't necessarily need to come to the county board for every loan.
Okay.
That will be,
That's what I
that
wanted
will
to
need to be
clarify, yeah.
administered.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions for Amanda?
I'm good.
I just got one comment, Mr. Chair. Thank you again for BEP stepping up on this. If not, we'd be figuring it out on our end or it not happening.
Right.
BEP has taken on a lot of things for us and
Yeah.
truly appreciate this too.
Thank you,
Happy
Amanda.
to do so.
Okay,
All right, then with that, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to adopt an ordinance establishing a local housing trust fund and directing its publication in the county official newspapers.
A second.
okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Right.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Amanda, for
Thank
doing
you.
this. Truly appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, at this time, we'll recess the county board meeting to conduct an Economic Development Authority, EDA meeting.
Might as well just stay up here then. Huh?
You might as well just keep standing.
I'm gonna try to pull up a presentation real quick.
Mr. Chair, while she's getting ready, or do we want to do our housekeeping and the other stuff?
That is correct. So at this point in time, we'll have to select a chair and a vice chair for the EDA. And in the past, it's always been the chair and the vice chair of the board that is on this.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we nominate Commissioner Pop as the chair and Commissioner Heinen as the vice chair for the EDA for the 2025 calendar year.
I'll second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Approve or amend the minutes of June 18, 2024 meeting.
Move approval.
Second. We got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you. Amanda, consider a microloan request.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. We have a new microloan request from Odom Medical Group. Odom Medical Group is 100% owned by Dr. Robert Odom. He's been in business for 8 years. They operate as a primary care clinic. They are offering a bunch of different services. They're considered a rural health clinic. They offer primary services including acute care, routine, preventive care, chronic disease management, physical, behavioral, and mental health care for the community. They also operate, they currently operate out of 2 locations, in Crystal and in St. Cloud, Minnesota. This will be their 3rd location in Foley, Minnesota. They offer mobile services, which is quite unique for a medical facility. They will be able to go out into our rural communities and offer medical care. They are proposing to build a brand-new clinic here in Foley, Minnesota, located at 700 Penn Street. This is the location. I don't know if I need to do anything for our online folks. I don't know if they can see this or if they need, but
I'd have to do a share screen inside GoToMeeting.
Okay.
So,
do we need?
do that if you'd like me to.
Sure.
Okay.
So the new location will be at 700 Penn Street. The construction of the building will be 1 floor, roughly 6,000 square feet. Oh, we could just leave it if that's fine, if that works for you.
Let's see.
It will include 12 exam rooms, an X-ray room, a lab, 3 offices, a large open office area, mechanical room, janitorial room, and a secure record storage area. The applicant is requesting a $140,000 microloan to construct their new facility. The request that they're proposing represents about 4.4% of the total project cost. Obviously underneath the maximum allowed by, thank you, a maximum allowed by the county's policy. It's underneath that. Our threshold is actually 35%. Their project is, has gone through all the government zoning requirements and all of the state and federal regulations. They comply with all of that. They're proposing to create at least 7 full-time jobs at $25 an hour. The primary lender is Franson Bank in Foley. Total project cost is just over $3.3 million. And they are putting in roughly $191,000 of owner equity, total bank participation of 1.6, and their request from Minnesota Business Finance Corporation of 1.3. So that leaves a rough gap of $140,000. So our loan committee, here I'll just give you a quick synopsis of the rendering of their facility. It's a very nice facility. The BEP Loan Committee reviewed and vetted their loan on January 10th, 2025. They thoroughly reviewed it and recommended approval of the $140,000 microloan request, amortized over 20 years with a 10-year balloon payment, interest rate of 5.5%, And it is proposed that the county will take third position on their collateral and real estate, which is typical in this type of project. It is also going to be secured through a mortgage and personal guarantees. The applicant also understands that the county's policy, it requires full collateral coverage, personal guarantees, and life insurance policies on the loan itself. I just have one statement that Dr. Odom was not able to attend today. He has another meeting that he just could not cancel to be here. But he wanted to thank the board for supporting this loan to build a primary care clinic in Foley, Minnesota. It will provide healthcare access in the county and beyond. The city and much of the county are designated medically underserved. And this is a remarkably important loan to help improve this need. So I just wanted to provide that little statement, even though he wasn't able to be here. He wanted to express his gratitude to the county board and the EDA. Again, just kind of a recap of the revolving loan fund request. And the county action this morning is to approve by motion a resolution approving a $140,000 microloan for Odom Medical Group with a 20-year 10-year balloon, 5.5% interest, and execute of the loan documents by the county administrator and the board chair. One comment I would like to make in relations to the loan documents that you have in your packet. At the time that those loan documents were delivered to you with the packet in general, there's just been some minor changes to the overall loan documents, some just minor, very minor administrative changes. And then the only major change would be to the actual mortgage itself. Instead of Odom Medical Group being the mortgager, it's actually Odom Realty Holdings, because they're the ones that own the real estate. So it's just a administrative change there, but I just wanted to point that out in your loan docs.
And those changes will be noted in that then, correct?
The changes are already updated, and
Okay.
they will be ready for your signatures. But
Thank you, Commissioner
Yes.
Kapinski.
Amanda, all the banks and everything are all on board with the changes too?
yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Amanda, how much do we have in that revolving loan fund? I think you knew I was going to ask you that.
I knew that you were going to ask that. So we have, as of December 31st, our ending cash balance was $933,800.60. We have 4 loans out to date, and the total principal balance is $205,337.77. Last year, interest earnings, we received just over $19,000 in interest earnings from those loans.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll make a motion, go ahead.
No, go right ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve the microloan for Odom Medical or Odom Realty,
Odom Medical Group.
Odom Medical Group for $140,000.
I'll second it.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Do we need to include the 20-year?
Actually, if you just amend your motion to approve the resolution, it'll help us execute the
Okay,
the
I'll
loan
amend my
docs.
motion to include the resolution.
Thank you.
I'll second that also.
Okay, great, thank you, motion maker and seconder. Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Thank you for everything you're doing once again
Yes,
on
you're
behalf
welcome.
of the county board.
Happy to do it.
Okay, with that, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Once again, thank you very much, Amanda.
Thank you.
Anything else in front of us, Amanda, for EDA board?
Unless you have any questions, I wanted to review, the loan summaries that we had, which you asked about, so I don't have anything else further.
Okay, thank you. At this point in time, we'll adjourn the EDA board at 9:29 and recess our regular board meeting.
Reconvene.
Reconvene, sure.
with
Recess,
an R.
reconvene, you know.
All the same, huh?
Well, yeah, so far. Okay. Next up, I don't see Ann in the audience. The extension educator, introductions to the new extension educators? That'd be you? Great.
Morning to the county board.
Good morning.
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 Is not with us this morning, but with us. My name is Lauren Heers. I'm the small farms and local foods educator for Benton as well as Stearns, Morrison, Sherburne counties. Since we both started, I started in August, Jackie started early September. My areas of focus since then have been largely land rent, grant writing support, and agritourism. The agritourism question has been brought up many times. The first workshop I held for agritourism was last Monday. That was in St. Joseph, but we had attendees from all 4 of the counties that we serve, several from Benton as well. And last fall, Jackie and I both hosted a few land rent workshops as well, a few in person and then one webinar format as well. And coming up, we've got an organic row crops day that we're holding right outside of St. Cloud at the end of March. That's going to cover from soil and crop production to the marketing and economic side of things. It's going to be like a 4-hour event with a range of speakers covering those topics as well as a farmer panel. And personally, next fall, I'm working on building a small farm startup school that'll be with the other educators in the Quad Counties, as well as partnership with another educator in a neighboring county who's done this program before. So we're now working on what format it'll be, whether it's a single-day event that is brought around different locations or one location that's spread out in more of a multi-day workshop type setup. Additionally, I have a grant writing curriculum that I'm working on that's carried on from my predecessor, Anthony, who had been working on grant writing program. And when he was in this position too, he had noted that grant writing and grant support was something that was very established as being a need. So, and I love working with grants. I've done grant writing in the past and served on grant boards, review boards, and have done worked in a grant writing group as well. I think cybersecurity is another program that is in the works, something that has been established as a need. No farmers who've had a lot of trouble with that, and it's a growing issue. So that's something that is going to get developed over the summer. As well as next year, looking into 2026, an agritourism passport situation. So it's still very broad, but it's likely going to be a document that is a self-guided tour setup, which would have locations for different producers, farmers in the Quad County area where we work, including Benton, that have agritourism operations, whether it's U-Pick situations, flower farms, tours, educational things. And so that's out into 2026. I think that's it for the current planned and then proposed things. But Jack, you want to go and then we could take any questions you have?
Right, well, hello everyone. My name is Jackie Estrom. I am the Sustainable Ag, Soil Health, and Water Quality Educator for Stearns, Benton, Morrison, and Sherburne counties. I just want to highlight a couple of events that I have coming up for the area. The first, chronologically, is private pesticide applicator training. That is a training that basically anyone who handles restricted use pesticides needs to have a certification, and that training helps everyone with that certification renew their license. So it's basically like a 3-year license, and they have to renew it. So one of the workshops will be in Duelm on February 25th. There are also other workshops around the state, and the U of M Extension has a website with details for those. So if growers can't come to that specific workshop, workshop, there are also other options. And if they're a little bit far away, or if growers just don't want to come to the workshop, there is option to retest as well. So that's one of the constraints of agronomic efficiency. And so that program, it bounces around the state a little bit, but this year it'll be coming to Becker. That'll be the first 3 weeks in April. The program is a requirement for the irrigation endorsement on the Minnesota Ag Water Quality Certification Program. I don't know if you've seen maybe signs on farms that say Clean Land Water Legacy, but that program, there's an irrigation endorsement, and the Minnesota Irrigators Program is a requirement to receive that endorsement. It is also eligible for CCA, CEU credits. So for certified crop advisors, they need to do some continuing education. That program is good for that. So that's kind of what I'm working on just for the upcoming few months, to be brief. Does anyone have any questions?
Mr.
Well,
Chair,
go ahead.
Lauren and Jackie, maybe just for the sake of the board to understand maybe where you're officing out of and, how you kind of do some of your travels between the 4 counties, I think would help them get a bigger picture of how you guys do your thing.
Yeah, so both of us are officed out of Elk River. Quite honestly, I do spend a lot of time in the different counties. I think last week, I was not in my main office at all, quite honestly, but I do bounce around a little bit, so I'll be at different offices depending on who I'm meeting. I know I've come to Benton County a few times just to meet with local growers, with SWCD. I've met with some folks, I guess I would say prominent growers in the county. So just depending on what I'm doing that day, I'll be kind of hosting out of a different office each day.
Thank you.
Yeah, each of the 4 counties has a dedicated extension space. So we do have a desk to work at depending on what area we're working in then. But yeah, like Jackie, it really depends on what we're doing. Our desk space is in Elk River, but we spend a lot of time outside of that.
And just as a side note, we do have our annual meeting with the Quad Counties coming up next Monday, so Ed and I will be at that with our educators, and it'll be our annual get-together, so.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, Human Services, Sandy. And at this point in time, I'm going to actually turn this over to Commissioner Gopinski because he was chair at the time. This letter was sent to him.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Heinen. This letter is basically giving kudos on performance and reporting from the whole Human Services staff. We had a perfect performance record. What I find is a little bit alarming. This is based on a perfect reporting performance, and this was for the year of 2023, and they finally got it to us.
2025.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they did say they're hoping to get the 2024 out in the summer of this year. So go ahead, maybe explain a little bit what is all included and what you guys do in this.
Well, this is kind of impromptu. She wasn't expecting this, but I do have 2 of the people from our fiscal unit
Perfect.
here. I was just going to read a summary of the letter, but I'll let Ashley come up here and talk a little bit about the 32 reports I think that were involved in this. They were all timely. We got a nice kudos letter, as you all are looking at. But I think that's pretty impressive, and I'm hopeful that our 2024 will look the same way. But Ashley?
I think, Sandy, at this point in time or during this presentation, we should probably read the letter.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think the word perfect is pretty strong. in that.
Exactly,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right, I can do that while Ashley's preparing what she's going to say. So it is from Commissioner Jody Harpstead for the Department of Human Services. Dear Commissioner Gopinski, it is my pleasure to commend you and your staff for the perfect performance in meeting the Department of Human Services financial reporting requirements for the calendar year 2023. All key quality fiscal reports for programs in your county participates in were submitted to our Financial Operations Division on or before the report deadlines in perfect order. The effort required submissions of 32 major reports covering 4 calendar quarters of 2023. These reports are the Local Collaborative Time Study, MFIB Consolidated Fund, Client Statistics, Seeger, Income Maintenance Expense, Social Service Fund, Title 4E, and the brass-based Grant Fiscal Report. I know that this accomplishment requires planning and an efficient operation and teamwork within your county Human Services Department. the result of this timely revenue for your county in compliance with federal reporting for us at the state. Please congratulate your management and staff on this superb effort.
Thank you for reading that, Sandy.
Yes.
Ashley, you want to make a comment?
Are you sure?
I really didn't come to give a presentation today, so I guess I won't call it a presentation. I can't take full credit for 2023's work because Peggy Kostelniak, my predecessor, was here for the first 6 months, then I was here for the last 6. So hopefully our 2024 letter will look just as good as our 2022. But we do have many reports that we do quarterly as well as monthly. A lot of our monthly reporting that we do does ensure our accuracy for our quarterly. I don't know, do you guys have any questions specific to these reports?
Other than there was a couple perfect words in there.
Yeah.
You know, which very highly.
And it really, I asked the rest of my group if they would like to come, and they all said we're too busy, which kind of stresses that it is a huge team effort on the fiscal group. It takes every single person, so.
Mr. Chair and Ashley and Sandy, if I could make one comment, we attended the MICA Legislative Conference last week, and I know Commissioner Benoit and myself looked at each other a few times when they presented the very antiquated systems that you use. I mean, we were totally shocked in how old these systems are, and I mentioned that a little bit yesterday at the cow, but it's amazing when you put that together with this type of congratulations and perfect letter because of those systems being so outdated. And
It was a whole new thing coming in a year and a half ago, looking at the systems and kind of, you know, what you're used to, and then sort of like you said, going back in time.
yeah, exactly, like 20 plus years. So anyways,
You could get lost in one of these reports, let alone 32.
so hats off to you and your
Yeah.
team and Sandy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
We appreciate the recognition too. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gopinski, for running this one. Great. So let's move on. Monty. Consider county board attendance to the National
Aye.
Association of County and City Health
Yes,
Officials.
Jacqueline asked if you all could make some choices today about who's going to attend this event, April 29th through May 2nd in San Antonio, Texas. If I recall, she said there's resources to send up to 3 board members to this conference. So are you prepared to make some decisions today?
So I am a member of this organization, so yes, I plan on attending.
Mr. Chair, I did check my calendar. I will not be able to attend.
I was going to check with AMC about paying for my portion, but things got a little derailed down there. So I would like to attend, but I'm still working on the AMC portion of it.
Bearing in mind, though, I think Jacqueline says we have
Yeah.
a grant
We-
covered here, so
Yes.
tentative, but you
Yes.
still need to check.
I would like to attend too.
Okay, so, all right. All
Commissioner
right,
Pop had.
well, that certainly gets Jacqueline started in terms of making reservations and so on and so forth. So I think that was the issue, is the need to get some things reserved and get that going.
Commissioner Pop wanted to attend, but he's got other things he has to attend during that
So we'll
time.
ask Jacqueline to follow up with Commissioner Kapinski soon. Okay.
No, I'll go. It's just a matter of we're going to cover on this grant or the AMC
Oh,
grant.
I see, kind of the source of
Yep.
funds. Okay, that helps, thank you.
Because this fits right in my AMC.
Got it.
And
So I
I'm,
think they can go
gl-
ahead and make reservations and
Yep.
get that started.
and I'm glad you're going to attend because this sits in with your public safety.
All righty.
Next, your report, Monty.
Yes.
Did you clarify it a little bit so we can understand it?
Okay, there it is. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. Minutes. Of course, I should have had this ready beforehand, so we'll get there. Let's see here.
Talking to himself.
Loud enough that he can hear it.
All right. So at your goal setting meeting, you asked to have this monthly financial report discussed as a regular item rather than consent. So that's why it is here for you. A little bit of history. So I think when I first started 22 years ago, there wasn't a monthly financial report coming to the board, and I think there was the desire. You know, I remember back then, there was a lot of fiscal stress going on. Levy limits, state aid cuts, and I think it was really important to keep a very close eye on the county budget and fund balances. I recall the county was spending down its cash balances to help, have lower levies. And so there was a lot of interest in what's our cash balances and so on. So there's a lot of history behind this report of why you've got these pieces and why it was done. So it was really initially done as a tool for the county board. I do share this with departments so they see what you see. So they know what's coming to you all. It's really pretty simple. It just shows you budget versus actual for each of the months. It gives you a year-to-date total, and it shows you percent of budget collected in terms of revenue or percent spent. This is a good time to look at this because it's through the end of December. And most departments ended the year under budget, which is pretty typical. Most departments are going to spend about 97, 98% of their budget. There was one notable area that was over, and it was in corrections. And you can see here, if I can make this a little bit larger. Make it a little bit larger. That's one click too many. With corrections, you can see they spent 104.9% of their budget, and that was all about Lionel Lakes and juvenile boarding. It went way over. That is a really tough one to predict. It can be very volatile from year to year, up and down, and obviously 24 was a big year. I know there's been discussions about should we have another contracted bed and so on. My response there has been, because we're a member, we pay the member rate. So it only becomes an issue if they run out of beds and we've got to board our kids elsewhere. So I think so far we're able to get beds and we're paying the member rate. So maybe that's a good discussion for Criminal Justice Committee in the future. So this report is broken out by the major funds. So for example, you see the General Revenue Fund first. Then here you have the Road and Bridge Fund, Fund 13. And I should also just mention is, why do we have these funds? Why is it set up this way? Well, generally counties are required to follow an account structure set forth by the state auditor. The state auditor puts out this big book that says, okay, counties, this is the fund structure you should follow, and we follow that. That's where it comes from. And even within that, the accounts that you use, the account structure, that's also set forth by the state auditor. So that's what we follow. So you've got the Human Services Fund, which includes public health and social services. And that fund spent 95% of its budget. One of the things you can see here is that revenues exceeded expenditures by $675,000. So that was a nice improvement to the fund balances in human services. On down the line, you see capital projects highway, which includes, you can see there, the wheelage tax. So we budgeted $3.5 million, but we collected $3,553,000, so just a little bit over. That's been a very solid $3.5 million for a while now. And wheelage tax came in just a little bit over expectations. So this is where, again, we accumulate resources for local road projects. And then, as Chris does a local road project, we transfer those resources over to the Road and Bridge Fund to cover those construction costs. Debt Service Fund, and then the Tax Abatement Fund. So basically, these are all the funds that you adopt budgets for. So when we talk budgets in the summer, these are the funds that are budgeted for. And bottom line, you can see we spent 98.3% of the budget. And again, that's very, very typical, very typical. And we talked in the past about, how does our fund balance grow? Well, this is a primary reason. Year in and year out, you spend about 98%. That difference is gonna go to fund balance. And as usual, sometimes you collect just a little more revenue than you expected. That also adds to fund balance. So those two factors together why those fund balances grow gradually over time. And I try and footnote, it's sort of unusual things that are going on that maybe require some explanation. That's kind of what I do. And the footnotes change from month to month as situations change and so on. So that's really the key behind the footnotes, is something that's kind of unusual that may require some explanation. For example, the revenue in the general government was way below expectations, and it's because our MCAT dividend was way below expectations. It was 47,000. It's interesting to note is the MCAT dividend has just plummeted. It used to be 200,000 or 300,000, and it's really has plummeted. So I imagine their reserve levels have gone down, so the dividend that they're paying out has gone down too. So that's another big reason for that. So the next addition is, and I know there's lots of folks here, so I'll talk faster. This restricted revenue fund. What is this restricted revenue fund creature? Well, when I first started here, all of this financial activity was in the general revenue fund. So for example, the solid waste funds, 911 funds. Well, here's the deal. Those are all restricted. And having those in the general revenue fund really distorted the resources that you had available for your general purposes. So it mischaracterized and overstated the revenues or resources you had available for general governmental purposes. So we created this Fund 10 and pulled all that stuff out into this restricted revenue fund, and that's why it exists today. It's been pretty stable over time of what's here. Occasionally we'll add something new, like a new grant, or something will go away because the grant goes away. You can see the current balance here is almost $6 million of restricted revenues. 3.4 million of that is solid waste. 3.4 million is a solid waste fund. Almost 900,000 is the 911 for PSAP, those resources. So those are big parts of that. And there's lots of the smaller ones, but those are the two largest ones by far. And basically, departments, the limitation on this is they can only spend what they have. They see what the cash is, and this is what they have to spend out of these resources. So one thing we try and do, I was noticing, for example, here you've got land services, you've got wetlands, shoreland. We always try and maximize using these resources before we use levy dollars. That's always a key part is, try and use these for functions to the extent that you can and not use levy dollars. Do you all have any questions about anything you see on this restricted revenue fund? Like, what's that for? What's that all about? Anything of those catch your eye of you'd like an explanation?
Mr. Chair, one quick question on the solid waste. Monty, is there a maximum that we can continue to build that fund?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Let's keep building it.
Yep.
So when I first started here, a lot of those resources were getting used because we had issued bonds for our proportionate share of the so-called Morrison County landfill. And so that was a legitimate reason to continue that assessment because we were paying off debt associated with that landfill. That debt's been gone for 10, 12 years or more. So the balances on this have grown more rapidly because the assessment's been kept at the same level, but that debt went away. So yeah, it's grown pretty substantial over the years, and we've used it as a source of internal borrowing. It's been an interest-free source so we have a project we want to do, we can use this cash to pay for it, and then we have to repay it, but there's no interest then. So that's one thing it's been used for.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the restricted? No? Okay.
Thank you.
Back a couple of years ago, the county decided to go self-funded for insurance, so we added this new Fund 60 to track the self-insurance trust fund. This is one reason we added this because this is a really important one to keep an eye on. This is where we pay our medical claims, dental claims, pharmacy claims. The revenue is the premiums the county contributes, that employees contribute, It also includes reinsurance reimbursement. So when a claim goes above that $75,000 threshold, we get reimbursement from the carrier. And there's also the prescription drug rebates. I'm sure Commissioner Kapinski, you've heard about those. We got $252,000 in prescription drug rebates last year. So this was added. I added this one because, again, it's a really important fund to keep an eye on because, health insurance claims can be very volatile and your situation can change really quickly. So we keep a close eye on this one. And one thing I do try and track at the bottom is, okay, where do we stand relative to our reserve threshold, our reserve level? Well, right now, we should have reserves about 2.1 million. We should have reserves about 2.1 million. We're now sitting at just about $1 million. So we need to continue building those reserves to get to that 6 month of coverage. And we're doing that. It's just a very slow pace. And we track the contingency count. In the old days, it was called the Commissioner's Suspense Account, and I never knew why. I don't know why it was called the Suspense Account, but that's what people called it. So I changed it to contingency because that's what it is. So you've got currently $43,000 left in that bucket. You can see there's been a pretty big obligation for the Larkin Hoffman State Capital lobbying and then the BEP funding. Those are obligations that had been paid out when I produced this. So after expenditures and obligations, there's $43,000 left in the Commissioner's contingency. Lastly, cash balances. Again, historically, there was a lot of interest in our cash balances, and I try and just track those. You can see the blue line is the general revenue fund. So you see that volatility. Taxes come in twice a year, spent out, taxes come back in. So there's a lot of that up and down. What I really focus on is the low cash point. In other words, what point in the year have you reached your lowest cash? That's the one I probably watch the most. And that's typically in I believe it's typically June is when you have that low cash point. So pay a lot of attention to that. The yellow line is the human services fund balance. You can see this is slow, gradual growth over the years. Highway in red is very volatile as projects are paid out and so on. I pay the closest attention to the blue line and the yellow line. And then you can see the balances in the rest of the governmental funds, restricted, and so on and so forth. You can see, for example, we still have 3.4 million sitting in our ARPA bucket to be paid out. And so on. You can see the balance in the highway capital project, 6.5 million. Again, that's local ops and sales tax, and so on. So again, historically, that's just a lot of interest in cash balances and something we keep a close eye on. Mr. Chair, I'll wrap up really quickly. So again, this report is really, you're the audience for it. To give you that high level summary of what's going on with our finances. I do share it with departments. I wanted you to see, though, very quickly, what do departments see every month to monitor their budget? So they get two reports. They get this one. This is a budget versus actual. So I remember I mentioned all those accounts. So they get detailed reports that show, okay, here's my budget, here's my actuals for the month, here's my year-to-date, so they can monitor things. And then lastly, they get this account activity report. So this has actual detailed transactions to show here's what you spent your money on. And this is a good internal control because a department can watch this, and if something catches their eye and they say, hey, I don't recognize that expenditure, what was that all about? They can look into it and identify if there's an issue. So I wanted you to see, again, lots of detail that departments get that shows what they're spending their resources on. And this is cumulative for the year. It starts accumulating in January and it builds over the course of the year. So they can see this. Jackie runs this every month and sends out via the imaging system so departments. Mr. Chair, that concludes this. Do you have any thoughts or questions for me on the monthly financial report?
Any questions, board?
Thank you, Monty. Appreciate it.
Yes. What I thought I would do maybe is have this as a regular item maybe again in June, so halfway through the year.
Yep.
Have it again and then review it for you all. So maybe a couple times a year at the middle and at the end.
Great.
That sound okay?
Yep.
Be perfect.
Excellent. All right.
Mr.
One
Chair,
last thing.
Monty, One of
sir.
the things that we should look at is that correctional, the Lino Lakes. Find out how many beds are left there, because we ran into that at Anoka where they were down to a couple of beds. That's why we ended up taking that other bed, and it's paying off.
It is, yeah.
We got the member rate?
Yep. Well, no,
We-
because we get member rates on both of them, but they were down to like 2 beds left and people were buying them.
Oh, okay.
Then
Okay.
they don't have, we only get the one.
Yep.
So we bought the other one and it's paying off, and I just want to make sure we're monitoring the Lino Lakes one.
Correct.
Right. Okay, I will ask Deb to help me with that one. So, Mr. Chair, if I may move on, last item is Mayor Voigt from the city of Foley has agreed to be your representative to the Region 7W. So just asking for your motion to approve appointing Mayor Voigt from city of Foley to 7W.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Monty.
Okay.
Next, Chris Berg.
All right. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Today, we're going to talk about our reconstruction project on County State Aid 2. If you recall, we had originally received some partial funding from Federal Highways for that through the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program. Well, because of that, that triggered what's called the Section 106 process of the National Historic Preservation Act. Even though we've since been able to swap our federal funds away to get additional state money for this project, it triggers the Cultural Resource Unit at MnDOT to do a review of the project. So that's what's before you today is 2 resolutions. So what needs to be completed is an archaeological review of the project limits and an architectural review. There are some land formations based on LiDAR surveys that possibly indicate possible sites of significance, i.e. is it a Native American burial ground or something like that. Then also the project or the Cultural Resource Unit needs to do an architectural review and look at houses or structures, not necessarily houses, but structures that may be 50 years or older and determine if they have any historical significance. So this requires some additional consultant work. The State Aid Division of MnDOT does offer an 80-20 cost split. So that's what's before you today is 2 resolutions agreeing to the 80-20 cost split and moving forward with that contract. So MnDOT will hold the consultant contract, and then we will reimburse MnDOT based on actual costs from the consultant to do that. So they've already gone through their RFP process and selected a couple consultants to do this work. And those numbers should be in the resolution, what our contribution will be. I'll just bring that up so we have that.
17,220.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that would be total for both contracts. Now, those costs do include, there's like a level 1 and level 2. They may be able to do some literature research, and find that there's no architecture or structures within the project limits that have any historical significance, and then they wouldn't have to do some field review. Although we are being warned that most likely it will involve some field review of the archaeological. So there may be some test pits dug to see if they find anything.
Mr. Chair, Chris, did that field review indicate anything? Isn't it Graham Cemetery there? I think your initial comment was that probably wouldn't be impacted.
Yeah, so when you develop these projects, there's a thing known as the APE, area of potential effect. And so it's a distance on either side of your project that may extend beyond the right of way. So that Graham Cemetery is in that area of potential effect, although our construction plans, we're moving forward to not impact that cemetery. So our grading limits, we're going to cut them short. We're going to do some things with possibly some curb and gutter, maybe some drain tile to handle drainage through there, because we are going to widen the roadway with a shoulder on this project. So
But this particular study is going to verify and take a look at that too.
yeah, the area of concern though for archaeological is near the water, near Little Rock Lake.
Okay.
When we did that project a few years ago as part of the drawdown, the same thing occurred then, and the results were inconclusive. So fast forward to today, that same unit that reviews those wants to take an additional look at that area to make sure that we're not disturbing anything of historical significance.
And Chris, this will be done this spring then, I'm assuming?
It'll most likely be this summer. So once we send them the adopted resolutions, if they're adopted today, then they'll finalize their contract. And then, yeah, it's going to need to be wait till warmer weather. So if they need to do field review, they can conclude that. So just an editorial, this is why reconstruction projects take so many years. Although right now we're at a point where we're stopped with our design until we get these results back, and then we can move forward. So these are things that you got to factor into your timeline in case they come up.
There's a lot of setbacks through this
Yeah.
project. Commissioner Gopinski.
Yes, Chris, if there is deemed to be some tribal or native there, then you'll have to work with the BIA and everything, and that takes a lot longer through these 106
Correct.
Findings.
That's right, yeah. And honestly, it's better to do that now than to discover it during construction when you have a road tore up, a lot of heavy iron sitting there, not moving dirt and stuff. So it does behoove us to do this homework before the project starts.
Mr. Chair, I'll move for adopting the resolutions committing to the 20% cost share with MnDOT for this work.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion or questions? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Just for
Chris,
clarification, there
go
was
ahead.
two resolutions. Both resolutions
Both
were in that motion?
Yes.
Very good, thank you.
Seconder agrees?
Yes.
Resolutions? Okay. Anything else, Chris?
That's all I have for highway issues today.
Great, thank you. Right now, we'll recess our regular board meeting to go into the Benton County Community Health Board. Just give me a minute, please.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jacqueline. Did you get those names when we were talking about conference up?
Okay, moving, approve or amend the agenda. Anything to be added to this?
I do have 2 items to add today. I think they should be quick, and given the amount of residents you have in the room today, I think we can make them fast.
And they are.
What, yeah,
and
they are?
Yep, so one would be the regional dental coordinator job description that Tessa submitted back to us. I just need approval for that and then a decision on moving forward for that. And then we also have an opportunity to apply for some additional grant funding under a SHIP grant.
Move approval of the agenda with the noted changes.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion on that? Now I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you. What would you like to do with consent agenda item 1?
Move for approval, Mr. Chair.
Second.
I'll second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Jacqueline, consider the letter of support request.
Yes, so we received a request from the Central Minnesota Mental Health Center asking for a letter of support from Benton County Public Health. They're going to be applying for a grant application to continue working on some interventions that they have for children, mostly ages from birth to 0 to 5, in their mental health service capacity. So would like to be able to provide a letter of support if the board is in support of that as well. And the next page in your packet is the drafted letter.
Move for approval, Mr. Chair.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Next one, consider an MOA.
Yes, so in follow-up to our board meeting that we had back on November 5th, where we had approved the Blue Cross Blue Shield Blue Plus funding, grant funding, that additional $75,000 for the year to hire a regional dental coordinator. This is the contract, so looking for approval on this contract.
I'll make a motion to approve the contract.
Second. We got a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this contract? Now I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we're going to go into the review and approval of the dental coordinator job description.
Yes. So in what I just handed out to you today, hot off the press, I got that back just over the weekend here. Tessa reviewed our community health specialist job description and added on an addendum to serve as the regional dental coordinator. So that would be on pages 6 and 7 if you want to look over that. 6 and 7 of that job description is really what that regional dental coordinator position would do while they're here with us for that 1-year time frame. So I think I would need 2 decisions today. One would be to approve the job description. And then the second would be, we need to determine how we would like to recruit for this position. If we want to offer benefits and run it as a community health specialist, or I think it's my understanding, and Monty can help me clarify on this one, or we could do a contracted position which would not include benefits.
Monty,
So this is employee of Benton County, which should be covered under the AFSCME collective bargaining agreement. So it would be entitled to all the benefits under the CBA. So that really isn't a discretionary issue. You can't have it not have benefits. So
Unless they're contracted, right? Is it a contracting position, though?
either you're an employee or you're a contractor.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as a contracted employee.
Yeah.
right.
So this person is an employee, and because they're an employee, they're covered by the CBA, which means they get all the benefits under the CBA.
So we can
So we
choose
don't-
either
yeah.
or.
I don't think we have the option to do a
Don't have the
contract.
option,
We
no.
don't.
You don't have the option to exclude benefits. No.
But do we have an option to move, excuse me, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
An option to move into a contracted position instead?
It depends. So there's tests for someone whether you can treat someone as a contractor. If you're providing them with direction, with an office, with a computer, all of those things, they're an employee. You can't call them a contractor. And typically, unions are very aware of that issue because they're very aware of positions being disguised as contractors, which really should be employees.
Mr. Chair, Jacqueline, maybe you can help remind me, when we had the discussion about the approval for the position.
Yep.
The 75 grand did not include benefits.
Did not include benefits, but however, on the last page of the packet I handed out, there's a budget breakdown, and so this would be my proposal for the. So as you know, when we asked for the position, we had mentioned that we would fully fund this position out of the grants. So the regional dental coordinator position would be about $75,000. So my proposal is that we would use that $75,000 towards this position, which would include that benefits, cover 75% of that position cost, and then the other 25% of that position, we have a workforce infrastructure grant through 2028, and I have the breakdown there. So on the bottom left-hand corner in yellow, where it says workforce infrastructure grant, there's a breakdown there. As of today, we have $129,387 left to spend. I've got some items there listed that we have earmarked for certain positions, but we're still left over with some dollars, and so that remaining 25% we could cover with that workforce infrastructure grant. And then there'd even be a little bit of excess there that we could use to cover the laptop and supplies if we needed to purchase.
And that
So,
grant goes through 28?
through 2028.
But this position was
This
approved through
position
25.
is approved for 1 year, and Blue Cross did tell me that, they would not ask for the funding back, so we would be able to utilize the position until that funding's gone. So as, December 30th, or 31st, that person wouldn't have to go away if we still had the money remaining. We could continue to work with them until we've exhausted those funds. So,
What are the chances that they're going to, Mr. Chair, what are the chances they're going to keep that going in 26?
I think they're hoping that they'll be able to ask again and ask for the money to be reallocated again to these positions regionally, but Blue Cross cannot guarantee. So at this point in time, we would have the position under the Blue Cross Blue Plus funds to do that dental coordination work, which I think is timely if we're hoping to maybe get a dental space in in this county building here. In the future, again, if we still have those workforce infrastructure grants, that grant goes through 2028. So that could be a possibility if we have funds remaining under that grant. Otherwise, again, we'll continue to look for other grants or the position would go away. if we
Mr.
didn't
Chair,
have the
just to
grant.
clarify, Jacqueline, that 75 grand, it ends December 31st.
The
Whether
contract
you've hired
ends-
somebody today or June 1st.
The contract ends December 31st, but Blue Plus did say that they wouldn't ask for the funding back, so we could continue to utilize those funds.
Okay. And you could utilize all of them before you move into the other grant
We could,
dollars?
yeah, yep, that would be the plan. We would spend these down first and then go to our workforce infrastructure.
So Jacqueline, in the past, Sherburne County has had this grant.
Right.
Do you
County.
remember how
Yep.
many years they've had this through them?
Oh, gosh. I know at least three, because they
Right.
had it when I started here.
Right.
So they did get renewal, year after year, but again, it's not guaranteed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you for that information.
So I just look at it as, this is how many hours in a year? I don't know, 20,000 or 2,080 hours a year of work that we could have put towards just focusing on increasing dental health in our region in Benton County.
Thank you for that, Board. What would you like to do with this?
I'll move approval of the job description and move forward with recruiting as an employee to alleviate any union issues.
I'll second that.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? No.
With one
But-
caveat to my motion is if this funding goes away, so does the position.
Yeah. Do you mean, so can we get clarification? If we have grant funding,
Yeah,
Yeah.
if we've got grant funding continuing,
Right.
we're good with it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Good with that?
I'm good with that.
Any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you. Next, Jacqueline.
all right, last item. So just wanted to quick get board approval. We have an opportunity to apply for an additional $5,000 for our tobacco work for current SHIP grantees. So we just have to have a submission put in by February 9th. So looking for board approval for us to be able to put in to get some additional dollars under a SHIP grant.
So moved.
Second. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Not, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Anything else, Jacqueline?
No, thank you for your time.
Monty,
Mr. Chair, I was wondering if you could address the jail food issues. I see Troy is back with us, perhaps to allow him to get on with the rest of his day.
okay, at this point in time, we'll adjourn the Benton County Health Board and recess our regular board meeting. Sheriff Troy Heck, do you have information for us?
Yes, sir. So I reviewed the contract and the amendment, spoke to the county attorney's office, and I received the advice that should the board opt to sign this amendment, we would be obligated to continue with this vendor through January 31st, 2026 at the prices stipulated there. I'll note that in the past, we've had occasion where the amendment hasn't gotten approved in a timely manner, and we've been able to work with the vendor to come up with a plan where, we would, whatever the agreed upon price was, we would figure that out after an agreement was reached. And I'd also just like to add to the conversation about the estimate for the effect of this. I reached that estimate by taking the actuals from 2024 and adding a 3.8% increase on that. So that estimate wasn't based on a certain number, it was rather based on historical data.
Okay. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you. Commissioner Kapinski.
Is this something that we would like to maybe bring back next board meeting?
Or after you
Correct, this
guys
was
meet.
tabled anyway, so it'll be coming back to the next board meeting,
Okay.
if possible.
Well, my impression is you table it for continued discussion today. I would think if you want to bring it back next meeting, technically that's like a motion to postpone
And-
until next
Okay.
meeting.
And
Yeah.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Chair, maybe if we could clarify that a little bit, if we're going to motion to postpone until Commissioner Kapinski and Heinen have had a chance to meet with,
So,
because it
don't
may
set-
not be by the next
so
meeting.
not set a specific date,
Right.
Yeah.
postpone until such time as, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would move for that, Mr. Chair. Postpone until Commissioner Heinen and Commissioner Kapinski can meet with Sheriff Eck and review that contract.
I'll second.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Troy, for that information. We got a motion and a second. Call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, with that, I will recess the county board meeting and turn it over to our board chair, Commissioner Johnson, for a ditch authority.
Do you need a couple minutes to set up? Okay.
Okay, we'll take a 2-minute recess.
Take a 2-minute recess, let the staff get set up, and we'll start our ditch authority meeting. And I think I'm gonna start with that. Okay. Yeah, so I'll let you guys get rolling.
Good luck.
So we have 6 chairs up front if anyone would like to sit down.
No. Yeah, well. Yeah. I'm not sure if he is, but I know he's going, is that tonight? And he's leaving tomorrow night. Chris? Chris? Control here. That's all I got. Did you get?
Okay.
Smart move.
Yeah, it's okay.
Is that possible? Well, we're gonna have to. Oh, we won't have to scream so loud.
Yeah, this screams so loud.
How many things?
This is virtual too. This is virtual too. Yes. So we'll have to share unless it's already shared. Is this already sharing the screen?
Yes, so like that screen should be, so if they're watching along at home.
They already see it. They do a quick break.
Yeah,
You might be late.
Even though it's not on the agenda.
I think he is. Tomorrow, I think. I don't think so. You never know. Depends how good you can keep it in line.
Me?
Yeah, because you're gonna help.
Oh no.
Because he's not here.
Where is he?
Some farm bureau meeting or something. That's what I told him when he said he was gonna be gone. I said, "Are you serious? Gonna be gone?" Mm-hmm. No, 99% of them are mine. Oh yeah. He's used to that. Sit right there. You should.
Does Steve head out the back?
I think so. He didn't leave, did he?
I gotta leave like 9:30.
Ready, Chris? All right, members, I'm going to call our ditch authority meeting to order at 10:22. All commissioners are present with the exception of Commissioner Pop, who was excused earlier. We'll move on to approval or amendments to the agenda. And members, the only addition I would have is I would like to add an open forum at the beginning of this. I know that there's a few residents here that would like to speak, and it does not have anything really to do with CD 9 or 14. So if we could maybe open that up for them to do their thing, and then we can move into our public hearings later. So,
Can we also note, just for you all, that we have a person from Rinky with us online?
okay, yes, thank you. And
I believe, is that Hannah?
Yeah, Hannah, could you maybe introduce yourself to us, please?
Chris, could you minimize that just for a second? So we can see the
Good morning, everyone.
the
Can
go-to
everyone
screen. So we can see the go-to screen. Just hit escape. There you go, and then close. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Hannah.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, so I'm Hannah Shackrell Jensen. I'm an attorney with Rinky Noonan. Work mostly under John Kolb and Cale Van Bergen on drainage matters. So I'm filling in for Michelle Moyer today, and so I am ready and willing to help walk the board through this and have an idea of if there's any questions that come up regarding whether it's the contract acceptance and assessments or any other issues that come up today.
Okay, thank you, Hannah.
So-
Thank you.
And if I could ask folks that are online with us, if you could please mute yourself, please. We're not trying to avoid lots of background noise, so please mute yourself. And if you need to talk, please unmute or raise your hand, but please mute yourself. Thanks. If it gets too loud, I'll just mute everybody.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so can we have an approval? Any additions, first of all, Chris, to our agenda?
No, I have none.
With the exception of the open forum, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second to approve the agenda as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Move on to consent agenda. Approve or amend the Ditch Authority meeting minutes from January 7th of this year.
Move approval.
I'll second.
Okay, motion is second to approve those minutes. Is there any other discussion in regards to the minutes? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's carried. We'll move into an open forum. I believe there's people here that would like to speak in regards to CD 10 and possibly CD 4. So you can please come to the podium and state your name and your address. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name's Mark Ebnett. The land we're talking about today is 1800 35th Avenue, Street, or Northeast Sauk Rapids. I'm asking you guys if we could look at vacating ditch 11. I'd like to get that on the record, just for the simple fact is what I'm seeing here, what it's costing everybody to have these ditches cleaned. I'd just soon pay the piper and clean it myself. It sounds like the surrounding neighbors I've talked to, they feel the same way about it. So, I mean, I know there's a petition that we could do, and I know I can get over 51% to get this passed, but I need it from you guys if it's a green light to go ahead and do it, or if you guys are gonna go against it. I don't wanna spend a month to put this together, and then all of a sudden you guys would say, no, we're not gonna vacate it. I guess I'd like to have an answer, yes or no, from you guys.
I think, Mark, that we'd have to be pretty careful to give you a yes or no without the information we have in front of us.
Correct.
Obviously, if you're going to provide a petition with 51% of the benefited land or the owners, that would probably validate as a valid petition for abandonment. But until we get to that point, I don't know that we would be able to say yes or no to that.
Okay, so you're
and
saying
also,
go
we
ahead.
would obviously have a concern because CD 10 drains into CD.
Correct, and it's kind of a chain reaction because you got CD 10, then you got CD 11, and then we got a public waterway that goes beyond that. And while you brought that up, if it doesn't happen, then we need to look at some kind of a hydraulic system that's gonna control that water so it doesn't flood everybody out downstream. And biggest concern I have is eroding the banks that we have now that are getting eroded, which you can see it. And two is we got a golf course down there that's gonna be flooded out because that's the lowest area.
And Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, do we have a valid repair petition on CD 10?
That's correct, yeah. We have a valid repair petition that we're in the process of finalizing the repair report. You know, we've met on that. And yeah, abandonment is defined in statute, and I think I just caution the board to make any decisions. Because the statute also requires to have a public hearing if you receive a petition for abandonment. So the Drainage Authority should not be making judgments or decisions until that public hearing is held for abandonment.
And also, and of course, Mark, you probably would realize that if you and or your landowners that you want to get the petition on are probably going to need some legal advice to move ahead with that.
Okay.
I mean, because we wouldn't be able to give that to you.
Right, no, I understand that.
Okay.
So go ahead and go with the petition and see where it goes from there.
I guess the only thing I could advise you is you need to do what you have to do for that abandonment moving forward. And if we get a valid abandonment petition, then we'll have to start addressing
We'll
that.
have to act on it at that point.
Okay, sounds good.
All
Thank you.
right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else not about CD 9 or 14? I believe, did I see Tim here for CD 4? So not in regards to 9 or 14.
Just gonna come up and say, I'm from Ditch 4, Jason Aldrich, 9296 185th. Just coming up here to say thank you to the commission for moving forward to do the ditch cleaning because it has helped considerably in that Oak Park area.
Just for correction, you're talking about 14?
Yep.
Okay. I want to keep, and thank you, Jason, appreciate that. Anybody else this is not in regards to CD 9 or 14 yet. Is there anyone else? Mr. Rakuski, I thought I saw you back there, but maybe not. CD 4. All right, anyone else in the open forum not on CD 9 or 14? All right, thank you. So we'll move into our public hearings. We're going to have staff reports first here in regards to CD 9. And Chris, I'll maybe let you take the lead on that. I see Joe is here from Houston Engineering, our county auditor and our attorney, so.
That's right. So
Go
at
ahead
this
and open it
time, Joe from Houston Engineering has prepared a presentation on the repair project. So I'm going to just turn it over to him to walk us through the repair of 9 and 14.
Okay.
Thank
Morning,
you.
Joe.
Good morning. Thank you,
Morning.
Chris, and members of the board. Just give me one quick minute here while I pull up the slideshow again.
And I'm gonna have to help these shares because we want folks at home to be able to see. So let me just, yeah, hang on. Thank you. See, I need to just escape just for. Let's see. Share, window. Okay. Okay.
That's what I said, better get your own attorney.
We're good to go. If you want, you can use this device to get through the presentation. Okay, it's gonna work for us. Oop, I actually turned it off. There you go. Okay, there you go. Your shot.
Okay, so
ahead,
what I'm
Joe.
going to do is give kind of a start to finish overview of the proceedings that have happened on both 9 and 14. Of course, ending with the repair report and this acceptance hearing. That is, one of the primary reasons for this acceptance hearing is to close out the construction contract. But at Chris's, suggestion, we're kind of stepping back to the beginning of the process to kind of give that full story as we move ahead here. So we'll review the overall schedule, summarize the repair report, and a few steps that happened before the repair report, summarize the overall project cost, and then a final recommendation to Hellman Construction for, both construction contracts, CD 9 and 14. They are separate systems with 14 outletting into 9, and there were separate proceedings and separate construction contracts with the same contractor on both. So CD 9, just a quick overview, Maywood and Glen Dorado Townships.
Excuse me, could you turn the speakers up? It's hard to hear back there.
Okay.
Yes, of course. I'll do that.
Joe, maybe I'll have you move that mic up just a titch too, because you're a little taller than us short people.
Oh, we'll crank them up for you.
Is that better? Is that better? Yep.
Okay.
That helps you too, Monty.
Okay, thank you. Are we good?
Can you hear back there okay?
All right, so 5.5 miles of open channel ditch on CD 9, and that drains nearly 11.3 square miles in total, and its outlet is at the St. Francis River there in the southwest corner of the screen. And CD 14, which outlets into CD 9, that has 9 miles of open channel ditch and drains 5.2 square miles in total. And crosses Highway 23, the main trunk does there on the center right of the screen. So it has a main trunk and several branches, I think 7 branches in total. Okay, so on this screen, we show the project schedule. It's gonna be a little hard to read, but just to give the overview here, back in 2019, a repair petition was received for CD 14, which again is upstream of CD 9. Okay, the first thing that was undertaken when that petition was received and accepted by the Drainage Authority was to go through a process to really define where that system is and what its original depth and dimensions were, or as the term that's used in statute, the as constructed and subsequently improved condition. So that really defines what you can even do in a repair, which is eventually considered as we propose a repair. So that reestablishment of records is a drainage law provision that lays out the procedure to establish the record. So we take available documentation from when the system was established 100+ years ago, pair that with field survey and looking at the constructed channel bottoms throughout the entire length of the system. And we develop kind of a detailed set of drawings to show exactly where and how deep that ditch is before we can advance to the repair step. Okay, as that process was being finished on CD 14, a repair petition came in for CD 9. And that was accepted. And after that, the Drainage Authority appointed viewers for the redetermination of benefits. So the redetermination of benefit is a separate proceeding in drainage law that basically defines, what percentage of project costs each landowner pays on the system. So the Drainage Authority deemed that the existing benefits on the systems were out of date. I'm not going to recall the date that they were last benefited or redetermined. It may have been the original benefits, and maybe someone on the board may recall that last redetermination, but it was decades old and likely limited to those that were adjacent or fairly close to the system. So now with the approach that viewers take now is to look at the entire watershed and kind of assess that the project costs over a wider area, with the landowners adjacent to the system still generally paying a larger portion. So that viewing proceeding initiated in late 2020 and completed by mid-2022. At that point, on CD9, we did complete that record reestablishment proceeding in mid-2022. So both systems were essentially synced up with each other now. And that actually happened when they got on the same track in late 2020. And then once those viewing proceeding was completed, then we began development of a repair report, which is again part of the drainage proceeding in Chapter 103E of the Drainage Code. So we evaluated alternatives. I think I can advance to the next slide here, and I'll have a few things written out, but I think I'll pause there on the details of the repair report and just kind of skip to the finish. In 2023, finish of the schedule. 2023, in the fall, construction contract was awarded to Hellman Construction separately for both systems. Work occurred late that year, and some site cleanup and a few additional items were done in 2024. And some seeding, and then we're at the point now where we are proposing to close out the construction contract and make their final payment. So now I'll kind of come back and look at a few more details of several of those steps. So this slide is the same information as the previous graphic. Just put it up here in case there are some questions. And this is for CD9, and there's CD14. So that record reestablishment process, this is a snippet from the drainage law that a drainage authority, if it finds that their records are incomplete or missing, they can go through that record reestablishment process. In this case, we did field survey to again collect that original channel bottom through soil borings or soil probes in the bottom of the channel. That was approximately every 1,000 feet we did that along the miles of the both CD9 and 14 drainage systems. And then used some of the original design information, paired those together, that design information that was available, and came up with our modernized set of records for the systems.
Sir, I have a question about that road past my place, and I don't know what ditch that is. I think it's 9. Last spring, I was standing in the middle of the road, and the way the water is flowing into my tiled out land, it's flowing backwards. Instead of going south, it's going north until my low ground that's tiled out is flooded with close to 2 foot of water on it. Now, to get rid of that water takes a long time on tile. It doesn't happen overnight. What do they propose to do about something? I don't know if I'm talking out of place here or not, but this is a big problem.
Sir, if I could, we want to try to get an answer for that question, but I'd like him to finish his report and then we'll get into the public hearing and we can try to answer some of those questions if we can.
Then you come back to that.
We'll come back to it if we can. We'll let him finish the reporting and then we'll open up the public hearing and the public can have an opportunity to speak.
I'm sorry if I'm talking.
No, you're fine. I didn't.
This isn't my job. It's running one meeting.
You know, you're fine. You're fine. We'll come back to that. Okay, go ahead, Joe.
Okay, thank you. So this is just the image of a field surveyor taking a boring in the bottom of a channel. And then behind that image is one of our drawings, one of our plan and profile drawings where you see that information is paired with the slopes and the design grades and come up with that modern design, updated design. On the redetermination of benefits, you've completed these proceedings a number of years ago, so some of this may look familiar, but I just added a quick image here. The image on the far right is a land classification map that viewers typically produce, and for each classification, they assign a rate of benefit, how many dollars per acre of benefit does the system create. And through that proceeding, after they've prepared their report, you'll notice is sent out to landowners on the system telling them what their benefit amount is. That's not the cost that they are required to pay, but their total benefit, and then they're given their percentage of total benefits on the system. Then that percentage is what's used to calculate their assessment based on the project costs. So within the repair report, we're looking at a number of different things. We're looking at how much sediment has accumulated in the bottom of the ditch. Generally, how bad of a shape is it in? Is there vegetation that's really restricting the flow? Is there tree or debris in the channel that's really obstructing that flow, causing it to carry water less efficiently than it should, or as originally intended? And then, if so, is that causing an issue for the landowners that are supposed to be receiving a benefit from the system? In this image, it shows a culvert on the left-hand side, left center of the screen, a culvert that is above the proper elevation. It's higher and therefore having some influence on how effective or efficient the channel is upstream of it. And the dash line that extends across the screen from left to right, that is the top of the sediment or channel bottom elevation on top of the solid line, which is the original or as constructed elevation. So this shows how much sediment has accumulated. And here we see on the left-hand side a minimal amount, and that was half a foot to a foot of sediment. As you move to the right, there you have several feet of sediment that was causing the channel to carry water less efficiently. We're also looking at, like I said, the condition of the ditch. Here we see on the right image, a tree, not a large tree, but several trees have fallen across the system, and you can see how that would impact the ability of that ditch to carry water downstream. On the left-hand side, you see that there's shrubs and vegetation going within the channel. I think some of these photos were taken during a drier time period, so in some cases it's fairly hard to see where the channel is with the vegetation. There's another example. And this one happens to be on County Ditch 14 near 90th Street, looking south or downstream. The channel is there, but it's pretty heavily vegetated, and this corresponds to that profile where the dash line that we saw on top of the solid line, where we had 2 to 3 feet of sediment in the channel. So, when your channel is only maybe 4 feet deep to begin with. Having 3 feet of sediment in there is going to be a problem. It's going to cause water to, more often come out of that channel and flood the land adjacent to the ditch and upstream. Then we're also looking at culverts, both for their elevation and how that relates to the originally established elevation of the ditch, and also their capacity. Can they convey enough water to handle, again, the system's intended function? So we apply criteria, we evaluate their capacity, their ability to carry water. Through the repair project, we did replace several culverts, both field crossings and a number of culverts through public roadways, primarily township roads. Another large component is to evaluate the impacts on wetlands and our compliance or ability to comply with state and federal regulations. And on both CD9 and 14, meeting with the regulatory people, we did end up doing a repair that caused an impact, and we purchased wetland credits to offset that impact. So also within our repair report, we give an estimate or a projection of total costs on the project. So starting with CD14. Chris, this is the total summary. I put in the wrong image here. So I'm going to throw out some numbers, and they're going to be approximate. So at the bottom row there, we have the estimated and repair report number. So this slide is repeated at the end, so apologies on that. But within our repair report, we estimated a total project cost of $979,000. Of that amount, the construction cost estimate was approximately $650,000. So of that $650,000, we can break things up into the open channel excavation and managing the spoil or the material that we pull out of the ditch, leveling it and seeding that, or making sure that vegetation reestablishes and does not cause a erosion problem. We can also separate out the clearing, tree clearing. There was a significant amount of trees and brush growing adjacent to the ditch within the 15 to 20 foot width that we need to use to access and maintain the system and inspect it in the future. So that's another type of cost in the repair report. And then we have the culvert replacement costs. And then, things like mobilization and some other erosion control measures. So hopefully in the next slide here, I have the right image pasted in there for CD9. Well, it would be the next one. So with our CD14 bids, once we receive bids from contractors to perform the repair project, we had 8 bids, which was good. And this would have been in middle of 2023. And there at the top, I put our engineer's estimate of $685,000. So I said $650,000 a minute ago, so I was slightly off on that. So the good news is that we had several bidders below our estimate, including Hellman Construction and being the low bid, and we had several that were higher too. But fortunate, at that time, they were and others were interested in the work and provided some good competitive bids. And ultimately, they were awarded the project. In CD9, our opinion of costs. So this is the right image. So I broke things into mobilization, erosion, and sediment control, and a few miscellaneous things like traffic control too. And then that open channel excavation and spoil leveling there, clearing, field crossing culverts, and public roadway culverts. For a total of $440,000 estimate on the engineers, for the engineers' estimate to complete the project. Then the things at the bottom are other non-construction items. 20% contingency would go towards the construction contract if necessary. And then the other item is, I guess, the engineering, admin, and legal costs there for a total of $636,000 projected at the time of the repair project. And, once again, we did receive 8 bids. We did bid these at the same time, thinking that this 2 medium-sized projects would attract more attention from bidders, which it did. And we did get the same low bidder, so that made things, convenient moving forward, and we were able to award both projects to that low bidder. And that cost came in just under $300,000. So again, well below our engineer's estimate. And now I just have a number of slides to give an idea of what the construction was looking like out there. This is some tree clearing. So we're mowing down the trees and brush on either side of the ditch, approximately 20 feet on either side, to create that space to pull out the sediment from the channel and level it and manage trees moving forward so that can be inspected and maintained and not needed to be cleared again of trees. Another clearing image on the left. On the right here, I gave this image just to show, one of the before repair project completions. So the channel itself is not overly large. There's vegetation in there. You can hardly see it. It was a drier year, that late 2023, so they were able to get in there and, clean a lot of the ditch without a lot of water being in the way. And a couple of photos of the repair channel. So these would be, I believe, branches on CD 14. So we are cleaning the ditch out to the original bottom and kind of reshaping it to have its original dimensions as well. And another channel on the right, and then on the left is a roadway crossing, or I think it's a driveway crossing going in. Some new culverts that were placed at the as constructed original channel bottom elevation, and these were slightly lower too compared to the culverts that were in place that we determined were above that original channel bottom. And this is again on CD 14 near 90th Street. We had a photo earlier. I mentioned its location, and that's where you couldn't see the channel. So this is a good before and after. So that channel is, now got some depth again. Vegetation has been dealt with, and if you recall, this is near the area where additional excavation was performed in late 2024, and after wetland credits were purchased. Okay, so CD14 total cost summary. This is matches the total number there in the order, the draft order. Construction contract, $520,000 being the biggest portion, and wetland credits there, $44,000, and then engineering, and through all the proceedings, the record reestablishment, repair report, and regulatory coordination, and then the construction management support, and then damages from the viewers proceedings, redetermination of benefits, where damages being the buffer strip payments are totaled there, along with the viewing cost and then the publication and notices. And again, that total estimated repair project cost was $979,000, and that was included in the repair report. And at the hearing for the repair report, when the project was ordered, that's the number that was considered. And then we, received bids from contractors following that. For CD9, a similar breakdown of costs. So a total cost of just under $500,000. Our estimated project cost in the repair report was $636,000. And finally, with the construction contracts, the summary that was in your board packet kind of detailed this out. Both the original contract amounts, a couple of change orders, and then the previous partial payments, and gave the remaining partial payment amounts there for both CD 9 and 14 now that work has been completed. And we did do as-built surveys on the majority of the system to confirm that, they achieved the proper depths in the channel and the culverts were set at the right elevation. And, quantities were kind of tracked along the way for clearing and open channel excavation. And that is my last slide. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Chris, and maybe you're going to do this, but could you maybe give the audience a little bit of a recap of the timeline of hearings and when, we did receive a valid repair petition to a hearing, to a redetermination of benefits hearing, et cetera, so we can kind of review that with everybody before we move into the public comment.
Yeah, that's right. So Joe actually had a kind of a slide that showed a good timeline too. So yeah, this goes on, we're pushing almost 6 years. So we received a petition on 14 to repair that. We started that process. We realized that the only documentation we had was when the ditch was originally established, or in the early 1900s. Those elevations do not match with the modern vertical datums that we use for surveying today. Therefore, we had to do the reestablishment of records process to find where that bottom of that ditch should be. And then kind of in the middle of that process, or maybe near the tail end of that, when it was looking more likely that we would be able to justify repair, the downstream landowners, or some of them on Ditch 9, submitted a valid repair petition. So kind of simultaneously, though, we were also doing a redetermination of benefits on all of our ditch systems at that same time. So that took place, started in 2020, and we had hearings in 2021 and 2022. So the redetermination of benefits was finalized in 2022 on these ditches. Then we finalized the repair report and had a number of hearings on that repair report, and they were continued several times, so it wasn't concluded at one meeting, and that's what Joe demonstrated with the costs. The repair hearings that we had in 2023 showed for Ditch 9, the estimated repair costs, he had it in his slide there, was this one the $600,000? I'm trying to find my, yeah.
Yes, 600.
Yeah. So I have the copy of the repair order that was signed in July of 2023 here. So, yeah. Well, this is a good recap. Petition was dated August 19th, 2020. The Drainage Authority met September 1st of 2020. The repair report was filed March 29th of 2023 with a notice for a hearing to be held on May 2nd of 2023. Yeah, we had a hearing on May 2nd. We had a hearing again on June 20th of 2023. We had a revised memorandum of June 14th, 2023. And then finally, in July of 2023, was the order to repair Ditch 9.
So
similar timeline for Ditch 14 on the repair
So
report.
maybe, Chris, just clarification, when would landowners have received their redetermination benefits report from H2O reviewers?
That would have been in 2022, early of 2022.
And that report would have included items like Joe showed, mapping?
With the different colors, yes.
Yes, okay.
And then would have had that statement that said, based on a hypothetical repair of $100,000, your estimated assessment would be this amount. But really, what's critical is the percentage. There's a percentage shown that shows that particular parcel, and some landowners, many landowners probably received multiple or should have received multiple reports, and each one of those parcels had to have a percentage. And so you could take that percentage multiplied by the total cost to determine the amount of the assessments.
Okay, thank you. Anything else in the staff report?
No.
Commissioners, if I may, before we open public comments.
Go ahead, Hannah.
So I was informed that the CD9 notice that was sent out was not sent to everyone as is required by statute. Since CD14 is an outlets into CD9, those landowners must receive notice for the CD9 repair contract acceptance as well, and that was not done. So before we open public comment, the board should deal with that first, which my recommendation would be to direct staff to send notice to the landowners who were not sent notice for CD9 and set a date and time for that contract acceptance hearing so that notice doesn't have to be sent out to everyone. It is just the people that didn't receive proper notice the first time. And I would recommend doing that prior to opening public comments for CD14.
Okay. Chris or Christine, are you following what she's talking about?
So, yeah, although landowners on 14 received a notice about the hearing about the 14 repair, it was noted that CD9 provides outlet benefits to CD14 and CD12. So what Hannah's referring to, technically by the letter of the law, landowners along 14 should have also received a notice to attend the public hearing for CD9. And I think also that would have to extend to CD12. Since CD12 outlets into CD9, even though there's no work that has occurred on CD12 system, according to Hannah in drainage code, they should receive notice to be able to allow to speak at the hearing for CD9 at this time.
Before it was done.
So Hannah, I mean, I'm already thinking continuation here, but are we even going to be able to move into a public hearing if they haven't had proper notification?
How can you notify them after the work's
So
been done and now you're
the
assessing
notification for the CD14 repair was proper and the board could accept that contract today. It's just the CD9 that would have to be continued, and the board should direct staff to send that proper notice to everyone that did not receive notice the first time.
Commissioner Kapinski.
Mr. Chair, Hannah, how do you do that when the work is done already?
This is just for the contract acceptance hearing. This is not for the other hearings that happened. It's just for the contract acceptance.
But the work is done and we're looking at final payment.
Yep, and in order to do that, that's done under 103E.555. And that requires that notice is sent to every benefited landowners and owners of affected property, and that includes property that outlets into the CD9 system.
Mr. Chair. Just for clarification, Hannah, I hate to put you on the spot, but wouldn't they have to, should we have did this on the front side too?
Most likely, yes, it should have been done. However, the other orders that have happened, such as the repair order, the deadline and for that to be appealed has expired. It was a 30-day deadline from when the board made that order. So since the order has become final with that expiration of the deadline, that's done, and the board can't go back and remedy that, but it must, now that we know that, it has to be done going forward.
Mr. Chair, Hannah, and maybe you can go through just the legal side of things from the county, or we'll call it the ditch authority, because I think I want to make sure that everybody understands that we are set at a bunch of guidelines that we don't probably or sometimes necessarily agree with, but the state and all the ditch people above us put this on us, and we're supposed to explain it to the public. Maybe if you could go through just once we get a legal petition or something like that, the timelines that we have to abide by, or we could be held accountable.
I guess I don't quite understand the question.
So, we're acting as a ditch authority, correct? And with that, we're held by guidelines that say, okay, we got a petition report, a valid petition report, and we have to act on it. And in order to do that, we have to follow a bunch of guidelines that are above us that we have to bring down to our local level, correct?
Correct. 103E, Minnesota Statutes, Chapter 103E is considered the drainage code. And so the board is bound to act within the guidelines and rules set out by the 103E statutes, and that includes how notice is given, when notice is given, who's required to receive notice, and it also sets out when certain hearings have to happen. And as well, it sets out how the board, as the drainage authority, can remedy defective notice for those who didn't receive it the first time. And so with a repair, once the board receives a repair report, or a petition for a repair, it must appoint an engineer, which it did so through Houston Engineering, and it must hold hearings based on that repair report. And then at that point, the board must act on the repair as reported by the engineer, which that the board did so in 2023, and that order set into motion putting out bids, hiring the contractor, getting a contract in place, and those and the repair being completed. So now we're at the point where the contract has been completed and we're looking at accepting the contract and sending out that final repair. So under 103E, 0.555, that controls how a contract is accepted. And part of that is that the board must hold a public hearing and that notice has to be given to owners of affected property, which gets into all benefited landowners, including those right on CD9, but also the outletting systems, CD14 and CD11 as well, or CD12.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, one more clarification, Hannah. I thank you for taking us through that process. Now, let's just say we got a valid petition repair and the board, the drainage authority, chooses not to act on it. What could happen there?
So under 103E, if the board receives a valid petition, it is required to, so 103E.701, if the board receives a petition, it must consider the petition and it is required to appoint an engineer to make a repair report. And then at that point, the board would consider whether the repair is necessary under the statute. And so at that point, once the board receives a petition, it is required to act.
Could there be anything legal against the board if we chose to just disobey and just say, we're not gonna appoint an engineer? Could the person that filed the legal we'll call it the repair report, the valid petition, and we chose not to act, could that person have legal action against the drainage authority?
Yes, a person who would file the report the petition, and it's a valid petition, the board is required to act, and a district court would likely intervene and require the board to do what it's supposed to do as the drainage authority with jurisdiction over that particular system.
But Hannah, just for review too, to fast forward through your timelines here, we're past the redetermination of benefits, we're past all of those hearings, we're into now a public hearing to accept the repair of those drainage ditches. That work has been done. Although noted that CD9 wasn't completely notified at the beginning of the process. Is that right?
Correct. And so those prior orders have been finalized, and case law is clear that even if there is defective notice, If that's not appealed within the proper timelines, which is 30 days under 103E.091, that order is final even with the defective notice.
But you're still suggesting notices be sent out, even though we're past
Yes.
that.
Yes, for this particular order, because we know that notice is defective.
All right, thank you. Staff, any other, Chris, go ahead.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would just like some clarification. So it seems like for each decision, we have two actions. We've got as a contracting authority, we have a contract for the physical work that needs to be determined if the contract is completed, sufficient, and accept it. And then, and maybe this is a question for Hannah, is there a separate action to determine the repayment into the ditch fund for those costs? Are those two separate actions, or is it all combined into one?
Very good question.
Did you hear that question, Hannah?
Yes, I believe the way that the order is set up, it is both. So we have it would be a single order.
Okay, so then that comes back to on 9, based on the recommendation of the attorneys, we should not consider accepting the construction contract yet until proper notification of this hearing for all affected landowners on 12 and 14. What I'm understanding is that the Drainage Authority can move forward with considering accepting the construction contract or the repair contract on 14 and determining those assessment amounts.
Correct.
So we'll move on them separately, though. I mean, we're going to look at CD 14 by itself.
And maybe another question, the board, can they still accept public testimony on both systems today?
I would not recommend it. I would recommend having the public hearing fully with CD 9 on the date that the board sets it for today.
So no public input on CD 9 for today because of the lack of notification?
Correct.
So only deal with CD 14?
Correct. So I would recommend setting the date for CD 14 and directing staff to send out notice to all landowners who didn't receive proper notice the first time for that specific date before moving into CD 14.
People on 9 and 14 will probably be notified separately then, when this comes up again.
So benefiting landowners on CD 9 will be re-notified through this process because we're going to have to act on that.
So for clarification, on 9, what I'm understanding is those landowners that receive notification of today's hearing will not receive an additional notification. We'll have to send out additional mailings to those on CD 12 and all those landowners on CD 14.
And 9.
You'd have to send out notice so that there's a new date.
Can
No.
can you confirm that, please?
So for defective notice, it is the only notice that needs to be sent out is those who did not receive proper notice the first time. So for CD 9, it would be the outletting landowners. So the landowners on CD 12 and CD 14 will receive the notice for the hearing. For the landowners that are solely on CD 9, they already received proper notice. And so if the board elects to continue the hearing, they do not need to receive that second notice.
Yeah, but you're changing the date.
You're changing the date and we don't have input.
Can the Drainage Authority direct staff to
Do all of them.
send notices to all?
Yes.
Understanding that the cost of postage and mailing is a cost to the drainage system and will be added cost to that system. Can the Drainage Authority direct staff to do that? Even though it's not required by statute, can they make that decision to go ahead and do that extra work?
If the ditch authority elects to do so, yes, there's nothing in statute that prevents that, but it would be the extra cost, which would be assessed against landowners.
Good. I think, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I think we need to send it to everybody.
Mr. Chair, I agree. It has to be sent out to all three parties, 12, 14, and 9.
Okay. So then I think we'll do is move ahead with CD 14 because that's pretty much all we can do. Do you want us to take care of the notification issue on CD 9 first, or can we go into 14?
I think since we've been discussing 9, it would be proper to look for a motion to direct staff for the Drainage Authority to set a new date for the consideration of the contract acceptance for CD 9 and direct staff to send notice to all benefited landowners for that new date.
Okay, Commissioner Pinsky.
Mr. Chair, I just want to make a note. I appreciate you being on, Hannah. I feel like you got thrown into a wolf's den here. Just for the record, Rinky Noonan, John Kolb, Hannah, their team was just brought on maybe 3 weeks ago, a month ago.
Recently, yeah.
For additional support on all of this. They are professionals in this arena, so that's why we look for additional support. So hopefully this doesn't happen again.
Okay, members, you've heard the attorney's suggestion. What would you like to do with CD 9? You've heard the suggested motion.
Perhaps a question for Christine: how quickly can notices be arranged and sent out? Though that might help guide your thinking about a date.
Yeah, maybe a legal question again. Is there a minimum time frame after mailed notices before the hearing could be held? That could be the governing factor for timelines. It may be we may not be able to reconvene for a month.
So would March 4th be?
The notice of mail must be at least 10 days before the hearing.
So I think that pushes us at the earliest to the first board meeting in March.
March 4th? March 4th.
To give
Okay.
staff time to draft letters and get them in the mail and still meet that 10 days before the hearing. So
that kind of work for you?
We have it in the evening. A lot of us work during.
Is that cutting it too close for Christine? It's going to work? March 4th, 9 a.m.?
we could do the date and then, the board needs
I
to
mean,
determine the time to have that hearing.
Yeah. I've heard one comment about time for the evening. Could I just get a show of hands that would be helpful for an evening hearing?
I took time off today, Scott.
Okay. So that's obviously going to help landowners. That's something.
I think we need to do it.
Yep.
In the evening.
Okay. So we're going to need a motion to move ahead with CD 9 and get those notices out and set the next public hearing for March 4th at 6 p.m. Okay.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion on that. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Second.
One
Any other
more
discussion?
clarification.
Go ahead.
Location here?
Location here.
Okay.
So the next hearing on CD 9 will be March 4th at 6 p.m.
Just for 9?
Just for 9.
She just said it.
The ones that are notified.
Notified, yeah.
So that would include 12 and 14.
So it's the hearing
Thank you for the
for
correction, Gary.
ditch system known as County Ditch Number 9.
I meant the system is what I was talking about.
So, even though those benefited,
Landowners on 12 and 14 will receive notification too.
And we're still going to talk about 14 now.
And we got to go to 14 yet, but
I have a question that's not anything involved with that. Once you figure out when the bill's due, once you get all this done, how long do we have before we have to pay it, or say we'll take the assessment on our taxes?
and we're gonna get to that. But the short answer is, correct me if I'm wrong. First payments would be due in 26. This is the 25 assessment, payable 26 and beyond, depending on how you decide to do it.
No, I'm just asking.
Yep.
When
Yep.
I wanna,
Yep.
I just don't want to pay interest on something that.
Sure, and I believe
question.
what's the date, Christine? November 30th, maybe.
Yeah, November 30th, if we have payments.
So payment potentially could be in full by November 30th, and then there's no
This
interest.
year or next year?
This year. Ma'am, I'm gonna move into a public hearing, so can I hold off on your question? Because otherwise we're not gonna get our business done. We've got a motion and a
I thought we
second.
couldn't have a public hearing.
Well, we can.
On 14.
We will
can.
on 14.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we've got a motion and a second to move the next public hearing on CD 9 for March 4th at 6 p.m. And those landowners that will be notified are landowners on CD 9, 12, and 14 for that hearing.
Correct.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. All right, now we're going to move into 14. What else do you have, Chris?
No, I think the staff report is the same as what we previously heard with the
Yep.
presentation and everything, so.
Okay, so now I'm going to open up a public hearing in regards to CD 14. May I please just remind the audience, those that are concerned about the redetermination of benefits, we went ahead and made up a listing in the back so that the viewers could contact you personally to go over your redetermination of benefits if that's a question that you have or a concern, because none of us here are going to be able to answer that specific question to your parcel. So if you're just concerned about redetermination of benefits, how did we get to that? Please sign up in the back. We'll follow up with H2 viewers and make sure that they contact you about that information. So really the public hearing today on 14 is to talk about the repair and the final payments to the contractors. So if there's anybody that wants to speak in that regard to 14, if you could please come to the podium, state your name and address, and we'll hear your concern.
Yep.
Go ahead. Come on up, Mark.
My name is Mark Radcutt. I got a couple pieces in the watershed of County Ditch 14. One of the pieces the main branch runs through, but I'm gonna say that it's a huge benefit to everybody with having that ditch cleaned. And people gotta remind, the reason why this is so expensive is because there's nothing been done with it pretty much since the ditch was dug. Now going forward, if everybody would take the incentive to clean the brush out themselves or take care of it, there wouldn't be these issues. As far as the work that is done, for the most part, they did a pretty good job. There's a couple issues. For one, there's still some woody vegetation that's still standing in the easement or the buffer zone that's been brought up a couple times. That hasn't been cleared, and to this day, it still hasn't been cleared.
Are we talking south of 90th, Mark?
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
on the east side?
We're talking about that, and then farther south. And then farther south, there's a couple trees still standing right in the buffer zone.
Okay.
Thing of it is, when that ditch was put out for bids, all these other contractors bid it accordingly, you know, the way that the bid requirements are set. And when the current contractor comes through and only decides to do what he wants to do and doesn't think that he needs to do some of the other stuff, and the ditch authority, Houston Engineering, county engineer was brought forward that attention that this work wasn't completed. And Scott, you were out there, Chris was out there this spring. We talked about them issues, like with the mowing that wasn't done on the east side of the ditch. And it was brought up, well, maybe it didn't need it. Yes, it did. There's willows going right up to the ditch edge. So the contractor should be held responsible for doing the job that they're supposed to. How is it fair to these landowners that are assessed this work and that work isn't done? And then the county's looking at projecting to collect a maintenance fund from us property owners. And I don't think, we shouldn't allow that. Couple reasons, the work never got done the first time when the bids were put out there. And another thing is, if the county collects this money for a maintenance fund, what's to say that you guys are gonna come back through and do maintenance on it? And a prime example is that years ago on Benton County Ditch number 7. That's how that was set up. You guys, back then, they collected a maintenance fund on that. Landowners complaining that the maintenance needs to be done. Where's that money? The money was gone. So, again, that costed the landowners additional money. So, going forward, I would recommend us landowners not allowing a maintenance fund on the ditch. We'd be better off just to petition it every 5 years and clean up what needs to be cleaned up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else on CD 14?
Commissioners,
Morning.
Scott
Morning.
Demars, address I'm talking about is 7852 155th Avenue Northeast, ditch 14. We were assessed quite a bit of money on that. And by looking at the maps that we've pulled up, that ditch isn't even close to our property. So I'd really like to know how whoever assessed, the property owners determined that our water flows that far across everybody else's property to get to that ditch.
So Scott, I don't, you maybe didn't hear at the beginning, but we've got a sign-up sheet in the back, and I really like the H2 Overviewers, who is a company that the Ditch Authority hired to do the viewing and determine what benefits there were to the landowners. They can contact you and explain that to a T on your property. I can tell you there's nobody here that can get that detailed for you on your particular parcel. So Ditch Authority at that time hired this company, H2 Overviewers, and that's what they do, is they go out and view this land to determine what kind of benefit there is to your property specifically. And every property owner should have received what's called that redetermination of benefits. It's a packet that describes all of that activity. It's a map of your property. It shows the different layers of the watershed, shows where the ditch is, et cetera. And they'd be able to explain that to you much better than we could. The problem with that is we're 2 years past when that redetermination was done. And of course, the repair's already been done. But I wanted to make sure, or we wanted to make sure and offer you the opportunity to have that explanation of how your benefits came about. And they're the people who are gonna be able to do that.
All right.
I can't do that. So I would highly encourage you, there's a sign-up sheet back there. Please sign up. And I will make sure myself that Brian Murphy or someone from his staff follows up with whatever landowners sign up on that sheet. It's gonna take him a little bit of time depending on how many people sign up. But please give them a name and a valid phone number or email that they can reach out and contact you with and explain your benefits.
All right, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on CD 14? Todd, you want to come up to the podium, please?
I was just told that.
Sorry, name and address just for the record.
Todd Pollard, A4 20 165th Avenue.
Thank you.
I was just told that these assessments aren't contestable anymore. So
That's what
they
I've
can be
heard from.
explained but not contested. Is that correct? Or-
That's the way I understand it. Hannah, anything else you want to add to that? This person's asking about contesting the assessment. I assume we're way past that.
The redetermination of benefits, yes, but the assessments for the repair have not been set yet.
So are you saying there's going to be an additional public hearing on the assessments only?
Nope, that would be today. So part of the order that the board would be considering would be setting the assessment amount for the landowners. But as far as what each individual landowner's percentage is, that was determined during the redetermination of benefits.
Right. I guess we're mixing a few technical words here because the assessment is based off the redetermination of benefits, and the redetermination of benefits happened upwards of 2 years ago. So that's established what their assessment is.
And the costs are already incurred.
The rate is, yes.
The rate is, and that's what determined the assessment portion based on what the repair order was. Correct? So if they can't argue against the redetermination of benefits, it's going to be pretty hard to argue against the actual assessment. Is that a fair statement?
Well, I think that's a fair statement, but as far as what the actual dollar amount is, that will be set today.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, because we have the repair order in front of us and we need to finalize that, which then in turn finalizes what their assessment is. Is that the easy answer?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That answer your question, Todd? Okay. Please come to the podium and state your name and address.
Eric Jacobson, 7808 175th Avenue, Oak Park. Just to kind of, I guess we can't debate what we owe. If you were to look back on what the property owners have done, I've talked to a few people about this. Granted, the 14, it does a double branch through my property. And back in around 2010, we have maintained our own ditch. And myself, my neighbors, the Bramricks, we foot this bill ourselves, and our ditch was clean. And they basically said all they have to do go through is and do the sediment, clean out the sediment. We both at that time working with Cazell, Hubday, and Anderson. They specified it was just a cleaning, not a re-ditching or draining of property. So we had to hire adequate excavators to clean it out, and we kind of went with the county came through and staked it. They cleaned it, and so it's like, well, and then we had to have cattle crossings or whatever. That was also our cost. But now we got access to property, which turned into the whole project. I don't know, and myself and the Bramricks both have crossings. They still pass today. They did not get touched, so we didn't benefit from that. I've been told that if these culverts fail, they will get changed out by the ditch authorities. Or would it be property owners? I don't know. But anyways, the other it's almost like a fictitious number. So, along with this $100,000 bill to clean this whole ditch, my bill would have been $3,600 and $3,628. So you times that by 7.7, my total bill right now is $27,982. And like I say, our ditch, or my little corner there, you can see it from County Road 52. People veer to the north. It's like, wow, that's beautiful. It's clean. There's no trees. Tree falls down. What do you do with the tree? You pull it out so it don't obstruct anything. If you maintain your own ditch, it's going to benefit you. That's why myself and the Brambricks did have this done. And I would just, what's the purpose of the trying to spread the money out to the people that are benefited by the land? You go to the north. I know that's been a swamp up north ever since I was a kid. I was born and raised in that area. I know that property very well. Now we get new property owners coming in. I know specifically of a couple of 40s that were just swamp ground, and now they have new landowners. Let's clean a ditch. Well, that involves everybody just to come forward with a lot of money. I mean, to me, this is almost bad business. If I were to buy something that cost almost $28,000, I'm going to rethink it. But now I have to repay out of my property taxes almost $28,000 worth of value.
Brian, if I can, the short answer, and please
Eric.
correct me if I'm wrong, in regards to yours and the Brambrink's work on that ditch system, I
Yep.
know myself, and I'm sure the Drainage Authority has asked us multiple times, is there a benefit to the landowner for doing their own portion of the ditch? And I have always been told,
Yes.
no. Statute says there is no, when I say benefit, meaning a reduction in your determination of benefit amount. When H2O reviewers came out and said, this is how much you're benefiting,
Yep.
to my knowledge, they do not take into account what the landowners have done in their portion of the ditch. Is that a correct statement? And Hannah, maybe you can help me out there. Is there statute that talks about that? Because we've had that question asked. Well, hey, I've kept my ditch clean, for how many years? The answer I'm typically given is that doesn't matter when it comes to the redetermination of benefits. They don't reduce your benefit amount cost by that.
Correct.
That's the answer I've got.
Everyone's treated as the same.
I'm sorry, you may repeat that, please?
Everyone's treated the same as far as it, based on how the ditch benefits your property. And as far as a repair, everyone is responsible for that, as well.
Regardless of whether or not you've done your own quote-unquote cleaning and repair of your ditch through your property?
Correct.
And that's by statute?
Yes.
Okay, well, how about so now if, this don't even cover our ditch only, but like if a new landowner would come into a neighborhood and come to the board and would say, I want this little section of ditch cleaned, and if you'd come out and inspect it and say it does need cleaning, would that be enough to start it?
Enough to start.
Petition. A thorough ditch cleaning.
Well, they would go through the process of a valid repair petition and make sure that that repair petition is valid. You
Yeah.
know, is it something that's needed? And if indeed, and correct me again if I'm wrong, if they did that short section, that's a benefit to the full ditch, not just to
True.
that landowner.
Yes.
So all owners would be assessed for what you're talking about.
Right. But then I would think it should be, before it's done, I don't believe I've seen a estimate bid of 900 and some thousand for that ditch 14.
So that should have came out when we did a public hearing on the repair order, where those estimates were put together by the engineering firm on what their estimates were. That would have been at a public hearing.
Not in a mail out?
The only thing, you should have been notified of the public hearing, but that amount probably wasn't in there. That amount would have been in the repair order.
Well, like today, many people work so they can pay for this stuff. But if so I sat down with a couple people and we figured out my bill potentially under $100,000. Well, then we get the what we owe is, good, we came under budget. Well, instead of 35,000, I owe $27,900. You know what I'm saying?
And the $100,000 one was we talked to them about that. That was given as an example of if the repair costs $100,000, this is what your portion would be. Now, if the repair was $500,000, it would be 5 times that amount.
Yep.
And that's what you're seeing.
Yep.
Right?
But there too, how far out?
Well, they start high and the is coming under budget.
I'll get to you a second, guys, because I got 3 people rattling off questions, and I want to hear what Brian's saying first. I'm going to have you guys come up. Eric, I'm sorry.
So how far out would you go until you actually send a mailing? Say that whatever 9 miles of 14 come up to be, what if that came into 1.5 million?
So then I believe we would have to base that repair off of what the benefits are of the ditch. We can't order the repair if there's not enough benefit there.
Right.
So if there's a benefit of $1 million, but the repairs are $3.5 million, we couldn't do it.
We couldn't, yeah.
Because there's not enough benefit. And we're facing that actually on a different county ditch system, potentially.
Sure.
Yep, I'll let him. Mark, does yours reference what he's talking about?
It's in this.
Redetermination of benefits?
Yes.
Okay.
Every landowner got this. And
Yes.
there was meetings held, well, actually, all the county ditches had a meeting in regards to this.
Yes.
Over at,
Henry's.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else?
No.
And again, if you have a question specifically about your benefit, please sign up on that form. All right, anybody else? CD 14. Steve?
Steve Wunderlich, 14811, 185th Avenue Northeast, Forreston. I'm going to touch on real quick just on redetermining these benefits. That's just simply shorthand for spreading the cost. There's a lot of places who really have no benefit. I did not get any on mine. It's not going to change my land one iota. I talked to a couple realtors and talked to the guy who leases it from me. There will be no change. There's not going to be any kind of an upgrade in the land. There's not going to be any kind of a value increase over this land. And now going into the cost just a little bit, and I'm not sure I understood her correctly, but today you can also set the assessment. You can decide to assess differently if I didn't get her wrong.
I think what she was referencing is we would determine the payback period and the interest rate.
Okay, is that what it was?
That we can change the assessment amount.
Okay.
Like if the bill's $500,000, I don't think we can sit here and say it's only $400,000. Bill is $500,000.
You have a contract, but you can choose to assess more. You could assess the county rather than just the
Nope,
land.
only benefiting landowners. Statute's clear about that.
Yeah. Where the county can be assessed is our
And actually,
roadways and
where
stuff.
we cross with culverts on county roads or township roads, those road authorities are assessed
Okay.
specifically for those areas.
Okay. I did not receive the redetermination of benefits. I don't know why. I talked to you a little bit about it, Commissioner. So I don't know why we didn't get it, but it did not get to us. This is the first time I saw it was last week. I think Chris may have sent it out to me.
Your
Not
copy?
positive. Yep, but I saw that. I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, I'm getting a $450 upcharge on the land, and there's no possible way that it's coming through. So I'm not sure where to go with that. I will check on it. I guess that's really all I have. It's mostly, that redetermining of benefits.
So it's, again, Steve, I encourage you to sign up and have them explain that to you.
I'm signed up, but does the explanation really make any difference at this
Well, I
point?
guess you'll have to, well, that's your choice. I mean, I can't guarantee that.
But I'm not quite sure I understood the part about where 14 and I believe 12 dump into ditch 9.
So 14 dumps into 9 first, and then 12 dumps into 9
Okay,
later.
so there's gonna be a notice to landowners again, a renotice. What is the reasoning for that second meeting? You still can't argue redetermination of benefits. So,
But in this point, CD 12 hasn't had any work done on it yet, and those landowners are gonna have to be notified because their property is benefiting to CD 9.
okay. All righty, well, you guys are costing us a lot of damn money. And
Believe you me, I don't think there's one of us up there that enjoy pushing forward the assessments. Anybody else on CD 14?
Yeah. I don't think anybody's comments are going unheard here. We've been dealing with this a long time, and it's not fun to sit up here and make these determinations. The counties, other than our ditch getting clean, it's not like we're pocketing the money, is what it falls.
Go ahead, Nick.
Nick Schumacher, Colin, here for property 8898 175th Avenue Northeast Oak Park. Again, these determinations, aren't they just a theory? Where's the proof of all this value that they come up
that
with?
need to be done.
Being the
then
same
that should
thing,
be
we've
done.
maintained
There
our
wouldn't be
ditches
an
twice
additional
since
cost.
'96.
We
paid
should
for
have
it
them
all
come
out of
back
pocket.
and take care of it.
They came, they said
It
they had
depends.
to,
If
probably
we measured
200
only
feet
the
of our
quantity
ditch,
they
took
completed
minimal
and
amount,
didn't
left a
pay
mess,
them for areas
used
that
to
they
farm
didn't
through that,
complete,
cut hay through
that
it.
would be
We had to
additional
come back and pay
quantity
them $9,000
times their
to
unit
shape it back
price
That's what we
that
have
they
to
would be
determine.
owed.
We have to determine that.
out of our own pocket. Besides,
But
they
a
just
unit
assessed
based on a
us
unit price. So
$27,000
we
on one
paid
piece
them only
and
if they did not
$30,000
mow
on the next
through
piece.
an area and the
Come out and
inspector
prove
did not.
this theory that you say we
What we can
benefited
do is
from this
verify
ditch
our inspection quantities.
Can I ask,
Once
did you
again, it
get-
takes more
did
staff
you
time,
receive
but
your
we can
redetermination
verify our
benefits
inspection
package,
quantities
which would have-
and see if the area
I
in
didn't get
question
the
was
final
the
one
contractor
of, we
paid
got the first initial one, we
for
went to the meeting at Henry's.
Yeah,
clearing the
but then you-
vegetation
once
in that
the
area.
redetermination
If
of benefits
not,
was
and we
done
need
by
to have them
H2
do that,
overviewers, you should have received a packet that
they would
showed
be owed
everything
additional
specific to your
compensation,
parcels.
you know,
Or
that
would have been a
quantity
map.
times
It
their
would have
unit
been
price.
A bunch
Steve,
of details in regards to your land and how they determine the benefit. Do you know if you?
I don't recall. No.
Okay.
No.
And
I
I
went
think
that
that's
first
what you're
meeting.
referencing, right, Mark, that you received? Okay.
No,
So it's
and
that
once
first meeting
again,
at
when
Henry's,
everybody
and
talks about the
that's when we got
costs,
this letter saying
oh, I
that
can
we
have
had
it done
this
cheaper.
large
Some
sum.
of these additional costs are having
If that's being said,
an
how do we
engineer or an
go about
inspector on
changing the
site to
situation?
verify
So, 'cause this
the
is
contractor's
total
work. Yeah, we don't just take the
I
contractor's
mean,
work.
So in this case, I would think at this point it's going to take a statute change because that's what they're following.
Right, but that's
No,
something's got to be done. Because if people maintain it,
it wasn't.
on their own
It wasn't
dollar,
Joe.
why
that's
are
here
we
today.
paying for the
They
next
have an
guy
inspector that was
that
on
doesn't
site,
want to maintain his stuff?
And I know I've seen them. They have
I
inspection
can't
diaries.
argue.
I mean, it's like
inspection
saying
quantities that they track.
Town and how you live in town. You got a city sewer system.
We can get into contract
You're on the edge
administration.
of town.
The
You got the guy in
process
the middle
is
of
the
town, you got Joe
contractor
Schmo down
submits
at
to
the bottom.
us what they think
Joe
they're
Schmo don't
owed.
care. He's flushing everything down his
We
toilet,
have
plugs
the
up-
inspector
plugs up,
look
wrecks
at
the
it
sewer
and
system.
compare that with their field notes.
You know, he
Does
plugs up
that
his pipe.
match
You're
up?
the one that wants to pay to go fix
Occasionally,
that.
we have a difference in quantities, and we
Exactly.
have to
Why are
discuss that
we-
with the
I don't
contractors.
get
Like,
it.
hey,
Where do they come
you
up
say
with
you
these
did
values?
5 acres. When we measured it, it was only 4 1/4. Where's the difference? And sometimes we made an error, sometimes they make an error, and we work that out before they're finally paid. But
Dumping into them ditches, you should have to pay for that. Anybody in the watershed has to pay for this. So just get over it. Them ditches been there before you bought that property.
Yeah, and that's where, I mean, coming before today, we had a final contract amount. The contractor requested final payment to a certain amount. We verified it with our
Gentlemen,
inspection.
I'm gonna let you have that discussion on the
So,
side,
I know
please.
there's a couple locations
But
that are in question
I will
now.
ask Chris and or Joe if you could give a
We
short
just have to verify
explanation
whether
of how
those are
H2O
the,
reviewers, you know, they're just not somebody out
it
the
would be like
street
a
that
third
comes in and
check, I
decides
suppose.
its benefits.
To go
Right,
back
like I
and
said, it's
see
like a
that where
theory.
they
I just wanna
was
know
the contractor
because
paid
can
for
they
an area
prove
that
that
they
theory
did not
then?
do work.
That's why I wanna have him kind of.
Mr. Chair, to Mark's question or your point, it was out to bid. But I'm gonna tell you, those bids have changed over, we went from one buffer zone to both sides, and we've changed things along the way after we've heard people talk, so I'm not sure.
Well, and to that point, we've got to make sure that our specs are correct.
Yes.
Right? Go ahead, Mark.
To show that they're not biased to land values and stuff. And I think somebody mentioned it, they take a watershed approach. I mean, everybody kind of understands watersheds.
And what you're referencing is the area south of 90 on the east
Area
side.
of land. Joe had that mentioned in his, his report, his presentation.
So that's what we've got to get verified.
We know the square miles or the area that either drains towards that ditch, so. The viewers, yeah, they take a very technical approach. They look at watershed, they look at elevation, they look at soil types, they look at crop rotation, they look at whether it's mostly farm or
Well, what we really need to
residential.
verify is whether or not that was in what Hellman was supposed to do. And as I sit here right now, I can't tell you that until we check it out.
And really, that number.
So again, though,
is just
to Chris's
get to
point,
a percentage.
adding
A
this
percentage of that
information to
particular
check on
parcel
things is gonna be a,
contributes
hopefully
to
a
that
insignificant
drainage,
amount
that-
to the ditch system, but the
yeah,
ditch system
basically,
will
and that-
have to
when we
pay
use
for it.
that percentage multiplied by the
So,
cost to
in my opinion, I don't
that
think we
system.
throw the existing assessments out the door. We've got to deal with those, and it's probably going to be an added cost
Well,
to
yeah,
the
once
system
again, I think
going
the
forward.
idea of having HUO
my
reviewers,
opinion.
those individuals that actually completed that.
Otherwise,
work,
We're gonna be
explained
every
starting over
assessment
on
that everybody's got is worthless.
Yeah.
Correct. Yep, I agree.
The only alternative, I think, would be to say, oh, as of this date, you know, if it's February 4th or if it's March 4th or something,
And
the
to answer
repair
a little
project
bit
is
to that
complete.
also, I remember Brian
Boom,
Murphy
that's
telling us
what that
specifically.
total
In
amount
fact, we're
is.
going to
And
a
then,
drainage
like you
conference
said,
tonight
is that
through the
ongoing maintenance
that they're
that's
putting on,
required of the
but,
ditch system,
He
so.
has
We gotta
to be
make
able to
sure
defend
that
those benefits
that
in court,
work is
because
done, though,
landowners
if
can sue
there's
them and
issues.
say, this is
And then we
not
can come back and
what
say
I'm
it's
benefiting.
done.
That being said,
And you're right, that
let's
has
get
to be
drone
double
footage
checked. We have
before
to
this ditch was
verify
cleaned
that
and
as a
after it
board.
was cleaned.
Or,
And
I'm
let's see
sorry,
what
Chris.
percentage the property
That has to be
benefited from.
verified.
And I guarantee
He
we're
would
gonna
have
see
to
it.
motion.
Yeah.
It's on the floor.
Because there's
Not
gonna
even
be
gonna get 20
a
at 6 p.m.
substantial
Ditch Authority
difference.
meeting to continue CD 14.
Penalize
Second
moles.
on it. Any other discussion amongst the commissioners? Go ahead.
We gotta pay $50,000 for, they did 500 feet, not even 300 feet of our property. 50,000.
And we had a lot of water upstream that comes through too and floods, but that's the way it is. You can't do nothing about it. You gotta clean your ditch to make the water go downhill.
We better,
But like I said, the biggest thing is, how do they prove, okay, they said, okay, you benefited 20%, 10%, 5%.
June 3rd.
Okay, now let's go after the ditch is clean and let's go back and just do a drone footage. It'll take
Since
no time at all.
there's a
Fly over and let's see
pending
who benefited the
motion,
most out of this.
I would
let it
And then
die.
figure out real
recommend
fast.
a vote to.
And then how do they reevaluate that if they are whole buckets? We may be
motion.
messed up.
All right, I'm going to call the question.
well,
You've heard the
again,
motion
they
for
would
the
have
May
to explain that
20th
to
date.
you.
So that'd
at
be in that
6
other
p.m.
meeting.
All those in favor?
Well,
Isn't
this,
that-
this particular.
Opposed?
this particular-
Aye. Motion fails.
Pass them, because
All right, June 3rd?
should reach out and ask
Right.
them that,
Right.
have that conversation.
Yes, yes.
Reevaluate.
And I don't know that they're
Oversee
going to
that.
reevaluate the assessment.
Because what if
They
we
need
find
to
that
be
their
in Commissioner
evaluation is
Hyman.
wrong?
I'm
Well,
good
then
on
you're
June
gonna have to
3rd.
take that up with them, I think, because that's,
Fine on June 3rd.
Right.
I can't.
And not saying that
You're
everybody's
asking me
gonna have to pay
hypothetically
some, but let's,
come up
where do they
with a
come
new
up with these
motion to hold a
percentages?
public hearing,
Right.
continuance of
your
CD 14 to
packet that
June
Mark
3rd at
was
6
referencing,
p.m.
Maybe other people, I'm
Aye,
sure
or
have,
I'll-
would have
I'll
explained that
second
stuff.
that.
All right,
Right.
any other
And the
discussion on the
problem
June
is,
3rd?
2 years
Anything
later
else
on
from
it.
staff? That's the problem, and the repair's been done. All right, all those in
So
favor?
That's the
Aye.
quandary.
Opposed, it's
today,
carried.
because we're past
Public
these
hearing of the continuance of CD
deadlines that are
14
by
will be
statute
June
in
3rd
that
at
Hannah
6 p.m.
referenced, you know,
I think our public
Unfortunately,
hearing
landowners
is
had a 30-day
closed
window
in regards to
to appeal
CD
that
14 for
particular
today.
packet.
And
Staff
whether you
and
had it
other-
or not, I can't answer that either.
Nothing-
I don't know. If
I don't know.
members. I don't know if you threw it away. I don't know. And I'm not accusing you. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
Art, there's no way for the ditch authority to know that everybody everybody received it, number one. Number two, opened it. Number three, questioned it, right?
We did, but you know, it kinda sticks out the number.
For the
they gave you. It
notice?
was big numbers, $11,000
Sure.
for water to be cleaned. They should
The
have-
assessments.
okay, obviously, it's
If
gonna
you're
be more than
benefiting
$5,000,
from,
obviously, we should at least made it.
if you're on
three-quarters,
if you're on 14,
Well, but
benefiting
we-
from
Remember
9,
though, they
yes.
didn't know based on that what this repair was gonna
And
cost. 'cause
12
we had
will
to
be
go out
too.
for bid. So I think that's why they
Yes.
used the specific, all right, if it cost 100, here's the point.
Right.
Well, they should send something.
Because they could have said, well, if it costs 900,000 but only came in at 6, then it would be the other way.
Well, exactly.
So they didn't know what the repair was really gonna cost until we had
All
an
right,
engineering.
members,
report
anything
done,
else?
A repair order
We're
done,
adjourned at
went out to bid.
12:26. Thank you.
But is there,
we do.
is there a
I'll turn it back
statute,
to
like,
board
they
chair
should, is there something that has
for a
to
regular
back
board
up
meeting.
their percentage after the project
now
is
we'll
done, come
finish
back and
our
just
regular board
reevaluate? That should be part of the
meeting.
evaluation, shouldn't it?
Good question. Hannah, did you hear that
Minute or
question? I
two
was gonna
here.
say, Mr. Chair, maybe we could wait a minute.
Yes, I did.
Do we
The
got any
redetermination of
towels? Maybe we just
benefits,
do away with our-
once that is final, that's
Got a
final
list on here, I think.
until it's redetermined again. And so that's not reevaluated.
But there was like a 30-day window in there. I mean, for instance, if we could back the clock up, they would have had 30 days to question that redetermination. Is that correct?
Correct, after the board, set the finalized the redetermination of benefits under 1.091, they would have had 30 days to appeal that.
Which the board set that.
Do you want to ask him to move out, or you want me to?
I'm sorry, if you guys could go out to the hallway and have a conversation until we can finish our board meeting, that'd be
Chair?
greatly appreciated.
I hear what everybody's saying out there. I wouldn't know I have 30 days to petition this. Does it say in the letters?
No, it doesn't say anything.
So,
Like I said, how they should.
I'm
there
sorry,
should
can
be
we
a
get your
procedure. It's just
attention,
like-
please? We still
I mean,
have
anything.
to finish
You
our
have to
board
look after
meeting
the
here,
fact
so
that
if
it
you've
actually
got
benefits these
conversations,
people
please step outside.
30% or 10%. I mean, don't they have to?
At least
what if-
outside
I mean,
this
they could be
room.
totally wrong. Oh, sorry, screw you. I mean, we messed
I
up.
think, and to play devil's advocate a little bit,
Yeah.
that's why we notice meetings and that's
Yeah.
why things are sent out.
But how do
Again,
you technically know until after the project is done?
Okay, let's
Well,
keep
no,
moving
I'm
on.
talking about when you
Any
received the
comments by
redetermination
commissioners that need to
benefits,
be brought
if you
up?
would have received it, opened it, and went,
Set
holy
committee
crap,
of,
this isn't right.
do we want to
you
go
would have been able
into
to come back and appeal that during that time window.
meetings that you guys
I'm saying
have
that
been
we
on
put in notifications
for the last
to
2 weeks?
public.
Do you want to go
did
over
it
that
say
or
in that
not?
notification
I'd
that you have
prefer to
30
not
days
go
to-
over that right
or
now,
a year
and let's
or
just
2
move
years or-
forward
I don't know.
with setting committee of the whole meetings.
It's not on the
I don't
agenda.
know off the top of my head.
Monty?
But we would have, what I'm
Yes,
getting
sir.
at is there would have
Ready
been a
for
public
cows?
notice then
Yes.
at that point saying. the
We
board
just
is
realized
gonna,
we omitted the
act on the determination
commission
of
meeting
benefits.
updates from your agenda.
I just don't think it's out of.
Well, then
I
guess we
just don't
can't
think it's
do
out of line. I mean, there should be a process. They have to double check.
That's good.
After the work is done that it did what they said. it
You're
did.
invited
What
to
if
the
it didn't?
Career
What if-
Solutions annual
so
meeting,
we're-
February 13th
water
at
under the
3
bridge?
p.m.
I mean,
February 13th at 3 p.m. This is an
It just
annual
seems
event where they highlight, I
astronomic
think,
for the
success
little bit-
stories
I don't
from
see how we're benefiting
individuals who
70,000.
participate in their programs. That's
$58,000.
Nothing, still doing
At,
what we're doing.
it looks like there's a. Did they ask
And
for
if they come back, if someone's come back out,
RSVPs?
Plus, we had to pay another $9,000
They would like
out of our
an
pocket
RSVP.
to
They would
dress
like
it back
an
up because we
RSVP.
like
Any
our stuff
indication
nice,
who might go?
like it should have been when they started.
Not be.
One big trench, we can't get to a field with tractors, we had to come back out
Okay.
with wheelers. We can get to it.
Can I
No.
encourage you to reach out?
It would
to
be
HCO
over at
viewers,
Tech
ask them
College
about
at
for sure, I'm
their
gonna-
benefit,
yeah,
please.
their
Who we-
offices.
Is there a certain person?
On
Yeah.
Northway
So I'm gonna
Drive.
submit the list.
Right.
Or Brian or somebody from his office.
So,
should be
Commissioner
contacted.
Heinen for sure.
Yeah.
If they don't, please let us know.
Benoit?
Yeah, please let me know.
Yes.
Because I want them to
Got that,
explain.
Beth? Okay.
Right.
February 13th, 3 p.m. Career Solutions on Northway Drive. Next is the AMC Leadership.
Okay, great.
I'm sorry. We have no.
Perfect.
Do we have Ledge Conference on
And
here
for other
already?
people that are
We
here,
don't have
Nick,
Ledge
if it's
Conference?
okay, if I could ask
Yep.
somebody
Yeah.
else.
Yep.
Anybody else on
It's on the
CD
25th
14?
on there already.
If you, yep, please come to,
Okay.
could
All
you
right,
come to
then
the
I don't
podium,
need this.
sir? Or you, would you like to speak loud from your chair?
Yeah, of course. Right. The AMC Leadership Conference is coming up March 26th
I ain't
through the
got much
28th
here,
at
but
Grandview
this
Lodge in
land-
Your name
Nisswa.
first, please.
Who might be
Roland
interested in
Schaefer.
attending?
Thank you.
Commissioner Gopinski,
10,
Commissioner
450,
Benoit.
450.
Commissioner Heinen, Commissioner Johnson, and maybe. And we will communicate separately with Commissioner Pop.
So anyhow,
I'll need to let you know.
right out by my place, the water
And actually.
in the
Beth-
ditch
Oh, is there a
is
registration fee
running
though?
Oh, yes.
north
There would be,
instead
yeah.
of south.
Okay, what's the early bird date on it?
And I own the land that's
I'm looking.
north.
Early bird date on
And
that
last
It
year.
just says reserve your
we had
lodging by the
Hip
26th,
boots about
February
that deep
26th.
to get this water out
So
of
you have a
there.
little bit of time.
it is tiled by me many
March
years ago.
26th,
Stuck a
27th, and
lot of
8th,
money in
Grandview Lodge,
tiling that
Nisswa
out, and it works
Leadership
beautiful.
Summit.
I guess you can
But it
you can
can't
retain the
take
lodging,
water
Beth, and I can
coming from
cancel,
the
so at
ditch
least that we're not on the hook
and
there.
going
then I'll let
north
you know
and
about the
flooded my
attendance,
40
we don't
acres.
Pay the fee without me going.
Now, what should I do there?
You're gonna go?
I don't know if they can correct it.
Mr. Chair,
Somebody
I'm not,
is an
I put some
engineer.
things on
I
this
imagine
listing that's
that
in your
should have
packet,
some
but
answers.
Well, and I think what we'll
I
do
haven't
is
heard from
obviously we
Pete,
can't check it today.
so I'm not
but
in
we're probably gonna
position
have
to
put it on the list
recommend
to follow up
your
and
next
just
government
check it
center
out.
project meeting.
You know, because, and I'm gonna tell you right
I'm waiting
now,
to hear
from
from
my
Pete
perspective, this
whenever he
hearing's
tells me
probably gonna
he's
end up
ready.
getting continued because we've had too many concerns.
I guess
that aren't
likewise, the
figured
government
out
center
yet.
public
So,
meetings,
Roland, let
that's
me.
going to be best
Chris
done
has
when
got
you've
your
got
name
Pete and Evan
down.
here and their
Let's
calendars are
follow up
open
with you this spring when
and
we
we
can
can
actually
schedule
look at
dates.
it
So
and see
I
what's
just
going
put it on
on.
there to keep
Well,
it
the
on our
only-
radar.
The only other way
Are you
I've
prepared
got
to
handle
schedule
this
your
is-
joint meeting of cities,
I'm
townships, and
mentioning
counties?
it
We said
now
last time
in front of
sometime
the
in
board
April.
here.
Yep.
Are you
And
ready
I
to
hope
schedule
that
that today?
You do the right
The joint
thing.
meeting
That's
of
the main
cities,
thing.
townships,
Yep,
and
and we
the
need to
county?
follow up with you on that.
And
What night do they usually meet?
then we can
We've
get
done
it cleared
Mondays
up,
in the
and I
past.
don't want to lose that 40 acres again this year
Sure.
because I lost it last year. I couldn't get in there,
Okay.
and
I know, I know, I'm just like you,
I
right?
don't know. Do I wait
I'm thinking
longer?
that
And
we've got a
I think
lot
it should be
going on
done
with
now. If
you
there's
know, it
something
wouldn't
that
be
could
bad.
be done, maybe
talking
some
all
little
sides of my mouth
thing.
right now.
Chris, did you have a
We got
comment
so
on it?
much going on with
Yeah,
these
I
ditches
will
right
say
now.
this, and I'm not gonna be
He's
here
okay
for it,
with
but
the
you do have a
plans, and
BCAP
when he's
meeting coming up
referencing it, I think that was before we did the
February
vegetation
20th.
management.
So, you know,
just
maybe you
downstream.
want
We could talk to them at that
I would
point.
suspect
Yeah.
that
Just a quick
additional work
highlight.
we did to
Yep.
verify.
Call that our
we
spring
could
meeting?
do
I
more
don't know.
work and not impact wetlands through his location. Well, actually just
That's
south,
just
it's not
the
actually
county
his
board.
property, south of
Right.
his property.
You know, just
There
give them a
was
quick
some
update
type
and say,
1,
hey,
2
you know,
wetlands
sorry.
that
Your-
we
your
were
cities
gonna
won't
work.
be
Drainage
there.
Authority
Yeah.
asked us to do some additional work with the TEP.
I know what to
and
tell
we
you,
were
I
able
won't
to
be
go
here
back
for
in
it,
there
so.
and do
Yeah.
Vegetation management to
I won't
open
be
up
here
the
for the
channel a
BCAP
little
meeting
bit
either.
and not
Neither will I.
impact wetlands. So I would
CC.
suspect that the situation is different
I
now,
mean,
and it
sorry.
should be flowing better than.
If Jared or Pop or
This
Van
is-
goes-
I
so
will
he
be
should
there.
see it being
Was it
corrected
the
this spring
20th?
with what was already Thursday done evening at last fall. 7:30
I'm
Minden.
confident that we.
You know,
we
maybe
should
at
see
that point in
yet,
time,
that
you
we
can
got
get an
that-
idea of them of if they want to
Canary grass and
handle
other
it
weeds
or
that was
have
choking up
one.
the channel out of
And
it.
then
So
we'll
that was
readjust the time frame
Oh,
after that.
Impeding.
Well, I'm.
All right, got it.
I'm going to say
I had a request
when
then
you're
finally,
standing on
Mr.
the
Chair,
road
to add to conversation
and the
about the
water's
dispatch
coming
lead,
this
possibly
deep through the
transitioning that to a
culvert,
dispatch
and it's
sergeant.
running north
I
instead
was
of
asked
south.
if we could put this on the
You got
February
serious
11th committee of the whole
Roland,
agenda.
were
Are
you aware that we were
acceptable
out there
of-
last
that a
fall and
career
removed
ladder
some
movement
vegetation
thing?
south of your property?
No,
to
basically,
open
it's
that ditch up
changing the
more?
lead,
Whereabouts? I
which
never
exists
seen
today,
anything.
into a sergeant, and making it more of a full-fledged
Oh,
supervisor.
it's on yours?
Didn't we have that discussion with
Oh, okay.
Tessa already? Or am I thinking
Well,
of
this
something
came
else?
up during the class comp process, and they wanted to
I don't-
transition it
I
to a
don't
sergeant
think the
then, and we said,
culvert
look,
is the
that's
culvert.
not for this process. That's
is?
more a budget time
I'll be
issue.
checking out what you are.
I understand circumstances
Well,
are
that's
compelling
about all I
folks in the
got.
sheriff's office to
I was
discuss
just
this
wondering.
issue sooner.
I don't want
rather
this
than
40
later.
flooded again, or I'll
It's
have
really
to
your
get me a
call.
lawyer
Well,
to
we
find
took
out
something
what I
off our
can
February
do.
11th
Okay.
meeting. I guess
Thank
we
you,
could add
Roland.
something on it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Don't
That's
wanna
my
do
opinion.
that.
That's fine.
No.
So that's all I
All right,
have to
anyone
share
else?
those items.
Okay. Move to set the cows.
Second.
There's motion on the table, second the motion, and you can bring it up.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, Jared did
Oh,
second it.
sorry, okay.
My
bring
name's Al
something up.
Donabauer. I live on 10112 175th Avenue Northeast, Oak Park. And I own the piece of property just south of Ron that he's talking about, and they did clean it out.
Risk awareness
One of the
coming up.
concerns I had was the fact that some of his property property drained off a,
So we got a
a
motion
wing
and a second
off
for
of
the,
the
to set
main
the cows. Any
branch,
further
okay?
discussion on that? If not, I'll call the
And
question.
that
All in
was
favor, say
abandoned.
aye.
So his flow now has got to go
It's passed.
straight south
Commissioner
onto my
Gopinski,
other
you have
40.
something.
Yes, how did you know that?
They didn't
Was
want
it
me to
just the
clean
smoke
my
coming?
ditch
I
out
think it
any
was the
further.
finger up.
Yeah.
Because, well, it's
I
gonna
do,
invade
I-
on
I-
that. Well, that has gotta be the outlet for his.
So Al, and let me interrupt you real quick because I want to make sure I understand this. When you said it was abandoned, was that a private ditch
18th,
or was it a
18th,
branch
yeah.
of
A branch of the main
employee
of
forum
14,
too, or not?
and they abandoned it.
I would probably
Okay, when
have
you
to
said
miss
they
that.
abandoned it, what do you
That's
mean?
what they said when
Let us
I
know.
got the
Give us
information
an
I'll let you
on my
know.
property,
Give us an
that
address.
branch
We
was
just
abandoned.
publish it.
Worst
3
case
days.
scenario, I can give you an address, And if I'm
I
here
guess
according
my
to
other
what
question,
we, then I'm fine.
that's one of
You're
the
fine.
problems.
Yeah.
Like I
Yeah.
said, the
Yeah.
ditch, or
No,
the
you
culvert
can't.
right
Sorry,
now.
give
What
us
I'll do is I'll get you an
approximately a
address
foot
of where I'll
higher
be.
than
that
the bottom of the
casino's
ditch.
opening in Omaha, so.
Okay, yeah.
Again,
good.
I,
We'll
you
be
know,
covered then.
Okay, anything
it's
else?
a township deal. I
Okay,
don't know
we're
if you
adjourned
can
at
touch it or whatever.
12:35.
I've got more water standing in there now than was previously. It's understandable because the ditch was so full of sediment and everything else. My other question is, what was the cost, initial cost, to sit there and clean out my portion of the ditch? Not sitting there saying benefit. What did it cost the excavator? What did he charge for that portion of the ditch?
I can't answer that without looking at I don't know if he supplies that data on a per foot basis.
Well, I'll just, and it's kind of addresses the comment earlier. So yeah, we calculate quantities. We pay the contractor on actually work completed. So it's not like a lump sum. I know there was a reference of like mowing the ditches. It's not like the contractor got a lump sum to mow both sides of the ditches, whether they did or not. Houston Engineering had an inspector out there that actually measured quantities. So although we don't have the numbers today, we have, a linear foot. The contractor had to provide us a price per foot to do excavation. It was an area, I think we paid by the acre for mowing. No, we didn't call it mowing. We called it, we had several different line items. So basically, it's a measured quantity.
Does it get as specific to his personal property though?
What we'd have to do is, we'd have to look at the linear foot of open channel ditch through his property, multiply that by the unit price for a channel excavation, calculate the area of vegetation removal, and all those costs. I mean, it's possible. It would just require staff time to put together those numbers. And then I imagine if one individual wants that, everybody's going to want it. And then we'll be here till Christmas, probably. No, we wouldn't be here till Christmas. But it's possible. It's just time and money, folks.
Yeah. Well, the idea of it is, that if I'd hired my own contractor to clean out that ditch, where would have I been? And I guess I could go out and get an estimate and see what it is, because if that's the case, that's the price I gotta pay for the other people. The benefit I got from my property is minimal. I got 28 acres of tillable land with a price tag of $21,000 of benefit. I'd really like to see how it's done, and I will have my name on that list, and they can explain it to me, but it's kind of hard to understand. I'm supposedly I'm benefiting everybody else by having to pay my portion, but just seems awful steep. So,
Okay.
all right, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on CD 14? If you could please come to the podium, state your name and address. Oh.
Julie Gunner, 17746 75th Street Northeast, Oak Park. Just a short question, and maybe it has already been answered, because you were talking about notifying individuals that haven't been notified. But has everyone who benefits from this bill truly been billed? I mean, I know I asked if there was, I'd asked Christine if there was ways that people can get their bill lowered, just wondering, because it does seem like, a number of people are bearing the brunt of, for.
So to answer your first question, I believe everyone that has benefited has been assessed.
Okay.
And that would have been based on the redetermination of benefits that was done.
Okay.
And your second question, I'm sorry.
Sure.
If it can be reduced?
Oh, if it can be
To my
reduced.
knowledge, no. The work has been done and the assessments have
So
been.
if anyone got billed, there's no way they could, not be billed
Right.
by, I don't know.
Because it will be, it's going to be on the assessment.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Probably. Oh, yeah. They don't know that.
They don't know it yet.
Good morning.
Morning. Pat Johnson, 17852 100th Street Northeast, Oak Park. I have a question for the wetland stuff. The ditch only goes, about 150 feet through our property, and it's right up to wetland. And we never got any kind of thing about permits or, draining wetland. Because a lot of our land doesn't drain there, but we've got a $20-some thousand bill. And it's actually making our property value worse because that wetland would replenish our groundwater. Now we're gonna have less groundwater because they're
Okay.
draining the wetlands.
Do you know where her property is, or no?
I don't know. It's
Are you able,
just south of theirs and then south of,
Pat, are you able to, could you maybe just hand that to Joe quick so he can see just right where your property is?
Yeah.
And then maybe he can answer that question. for
yeah,
you.
because we never got nothing, any information. We should have saw something on permits or something. Are those
Let's take a
credits
look
they were
at your
getting?
property and see if he can answer that for you, and if not, I'm sure he can follow up with you.
Yeah.
Mr. Wunderlich, Steve?
Yeah.
I had one question real quick. Could we do just a raise of hands? Who didn't receive paperwork when all this stuff comes out? Okay, because one of the things I was gonna bring up, maybe we need to look at doing something like with certified mail, because I'll tell you this, I'm horrible with mail. I know it's a lot of money.
And again, that's gonna go to the system.
It goes to the system.
I know, but
yeah.
I
Enough to guarantee it? Yeah, I don't know.
I just wanted to go back to that because you had mentioned you didn't receive it, so.
We have a tough time for some reason. For some reason, our mail shows up some days, doesn't others.
Okay.
That's a whole nother issue, yeah.
I just wanted to catch you before you left.
Todd, did you have another comment? I'm sorry, and there was
Are these
there,
reports available if somebody didn't get it? Can they get it through their company?
yeah, in fact, we have it, don't we?
Yeah.
We have them now.
Okay. So
They are
if didn't have
available.
it, they can-
All right, anyone else? Mark?
One quick question, so why ditch 14 and 9's having this issue, and it looks like we're gonna have a lot more issues coming down the pipe with a lot more county ditches. Do you think everybody should be informed on this? So then everybody can come and listen to this, so a guy can get educated?
I actually had that same idea, and I kind of got my hand slapped because countywide, a lot of people aren't affected, right?
Well, what's the percentage of the county? Because if you go out and look at the benefit package, is it a third, 2/3 of the county that's benefiting by that?
I don't know the answer to that. I know we have 12 drainage ditches. I don't know the percentage.
I mean, if it's half, why wouldn't you? I'm just.
That's something maybe we could look at. Yeah.
Just one recommendation, if, our ditch is done, but if it happens to go through any other ditch, say like this one come up to 990,000.
Was that the estimate? I'm sorry, was that
That was the estimate.
Okay.
If you could send out a estimated going on your taxes to the property owners, and if I would have known that I would have been assessed $35,000, I would have definitely took a week off to come here to this meeting. So just, and it does not affect everybody, but send it out to the.
I think that was done, was done with the redetermination of benefits that was mailed to you.
But there
based on a $100,000 repair.
Based on 100,000, correct.
Yes.
But say if, when that estimate did come back from.
You're saying when the repair estimate, the actual repair estimate?
Yep, when that comes back, that'd be great, because, the ones that did benefit a bunch, they're paying like just a couple $100. Well, heck yeah, let's do it.
So you're saying an additional notice to those actual landowners
Yep.
versus just public notice that
Correct.
will be taking repair
Yep.
testimony? Okay.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
That's a good idea.
It's a really good idea.
Okay, anyone else on CD 14?
Can I just suggest something as an overall on the ditches?
Sure.
I dealt with a ditch over in Keys, and the process of how it worked for us is the terms and conditions after everything was set for payment was negotiated or not negotiated, but was set by the public when we come to the hearings.
Mhm.
Not that I agree with what's being charged, everybody has asset or charges for the year. But you guys can negotiate your terms of what it's gonna be for payment. And yes, your assessment's gonna be what it is, but it also can be pushed out the term to where it doesn't have to be paid. So like
push it out for 7 years.
And I would, and just so we're on the same page, that once we have that discussion, it would be the same for everybody. It wouldn't be individual.
Right.
Like,
Exactly.
right, like,
Exactly.
for instance, maybe it's a 10-year assessment at such and such a rate. Maybe it's a 7-year. I don't know.
Going forward, we can't determine it today because there's other things that need to be done, but.
Yep.
Also with that.
And I will tell you that we will take input on that. What's gonna be the most helpful to landowners? We realize this is a kick in the shorts, and so we have no intention of saying it's due in 2 years. But we also keep the opportunities, because some people will like to pay it because they don't wanna pay interest. Gary was up here saying that. When do I pay it so I don't pay interest? So those options will be available. We're not quite there yet.
If I
Monty?
suggest, before you begin that discussion, you might want to ask Hannah, are there any parameters around maximum duration, interest rate, and so on? And I think she might be good if she can remind you that before you start that discussion.
Sure, and I don't know that we're gonna have that discussion today, because I think we're gonna end up continuing. We've got a few too many issues on CD
Understood.
14
Of
to
course.
take care of here yet. But Hannah, to Monty's point, what are those parameters on the assessment payback period and/or interest? Broadly. I know that we said it, but what are the parameters?
It is drainage liens against property benefited are payable to the treasurer in 20 or less equal annual installments.
So the maximum assessment period would be 20 years.
10 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anything about the interest rate, Hannah?
So the interest rate must be set by the board, but it can't exceed the rate determined by the state court administrator for judgments, or 6%, whichever is greater. I am not sure what that rate is currently, but if you give me about 5 minutes, I can find it.
Well, I can pretty much say we probably won't be setting a rate that high, but
Yeah.
anyways, we'll have those future discussions. Any other public hearing comments on CD 14? Commissioner Benoit?
I just want a clarification from Hannah. She said 20 years. I think it's 10 years. Aren't they assessed twice a year? That would be your 20 payments in 10 years.
Well, my assumption would be is it's like your property taxes. You
Right.
have the total amount, it's just split into 2 payments.
Okay.
Some people may choose to pay it all in May, but that's how I look at it. Is that right, Christine or Hannah? I mean, there's one amount assessed each year, and that would be on the 2 property tax statements. Is that a correct way to look at that?
Correct.
Okay.
So it is 20 years.
Yep, 20-year maximum assessment period. Okay, Elaine.
Elaine, Schaefer, if you sell your place, is it assessed to the new owners?
Good question. I will have to have that discussion. I believe in the past, we've said that the assessments have to be paid on the sale of the property. That would be between the seller and the buyer, but at closing, the assessment's paid.
So if it's not due until the 26th, and if you sell your place on the 25th, you still be assessed?
I would say that would be up to the seller and the buyer to determine who's paying it, but the
Okay.
assessment has to be paid by the closing.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else on CD 14?
Well, I seen, one sign went up for sale right across my road.
Then our problem will be they're gonna get 10 grand an acre, and guess what happens to our property taxes, right? Any other comment on CD 14? All right, members, I'm gonna move that we continue this public hearing on CD 14. We've got issues that we need to obviously address, give the landowners an opportunity to get some explanation from H2O reviewers for the redeterminations. And can we set that hearing now? I think there's some things that may be weather-related and time-related that we maybe can't take care of.
I believe if you're going to continue the hearing, you need to set a day, time, and place when we'll pick it back up.
Mr. Chair, can we just buddy that onto the one we just did for the other one?
I just think there's a couple things that we can't get finalized in 2 weeks. Like, for example, that they brought up different areas of a tree left or a area that hasn't been mowed. I don't know that we can verify that just yet.
So maybe if those things are weather dependent, just a staff recommendation is to set that date to pick up the hearing at a time that weather allows us to inspect those things,
So
if that makes sense.
Let me just look at the future calendar here and see, because
Because what I'm hearing is that, yeah, based on the construction, there's some concerns with construction that you want staff to verify before accepting the
Yes.
work.
So, for example, Chris, we have a May 20th county board meeting.
Okay.
Is that reasonable amount of time, or do we need to get into June?
I don't know. I mean, at this point, it could be, yeah. I wouldn't suspect that we would have, what I'm thinking of is like from a field perspective, if there's snow in the ditches or the ditches are frozen, may not be able to verify flow and depths and stuff. Surely by May 20th, we would have time to inspect that, so.
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
can Christine remind us, when is the timeline to adopt this assessment so it's effective for 26? When is the time? When do we need, excuse me? By November, okay.
Okay, so we have time for that. And I would assume, maybe by show of hands, evening ditch authority meeting again? Yeah, okay. So,
And
members.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
clarification, we're not kicking the can down the road. We're making sure you guys are getting answers. Because we could act on it today without the answers, and that wouldn't be fair to you guys, so that's why we're kind of pushing it a little bit.
So then in my motion, I'm gonna have it that we continue this hearing for CD 14 until May 20th at 6 PM. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And a second. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Chris, when we do these ditches, does a state or anybody come out and inspect what was done?
The state?
Or the legalities, the TAP,
Well, yeah, so I would say the regulatory agencies, Board of Water and Soil Resources, and as part of the TEP, I think they have a responsibility to make field visits.
Do they?
Our recent conversations, they indicate that they have or will be in the future moving forward. I can't say every time in the past, but that's always a possibility. A regulatory agency could call us on the carpet anytime and ask us to verify that we did our due diligence to follow all applicable state laws.
My point being is, if these agencies direct us to take 2 feet out and we can't go 2 foot 2 inches, if we do 2 foot 4 inches, who are they gonna, if they don't come out and check, and they come out 2 months later or even 6 months later, how can they prove that it isn't more sediment coming in? You know what I mean?
Yeah, good question.
Or it got taken out by additional water flow.
Well, and I think to your original question though, correct me if I'm wrong, is somebody, whether it's Chris or Houston Engineering in this case, is verifying the work, right?
Yes.
So they've verified some of the work. We've had landowners raise a question and say, wait a minute, this wasn't done.
Mhm.
And until we can get out there and verify that,
Yep.
that's the purpose of the continuing.
True. Mr. Chair.
Not necessarily to point fingers. Go ahead.
Correct, and I agree with that, but we need documentation and if not pictures too, if they've been out there
Yep.
to do that.
And we've had some conversations about doing some drone footage of things, so that'll
Right.
be good. All right.
So,
Go ahead.
Do you need a new notice sent out for that May 20th meeting?
On a continuation, do we need a new notice, Hannah?
No, commissioners, you do not.
Okay. So has everybody in the room got that date? Because they're, according to Hannah, we would not be sending out a new notice for the May 20th, 6 PM Ditch Authority meeting for CD 14.
Mr. Chair, a question was asked if it could be put or published in the paper.
We could go above and beyond though, I would imagine,
Yeah.
right, Hannah? We just don't have to?
Correct.
Yep.
Okay, so
Mr.
let me, we got a motion and a second on the floor, first of all, so let's take care of that. Any other discussion in having that ditch authority meeting on May 20th at 6 PM? It's a continuance of this public hearing. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chair, if I may add, I think it's pertinent to the motion. If there's additional engineering work, even publication costs, statute is pretty clear that that's a cost to the system, so it will increase costs on this ditch, which would revise the assessment amount. I just want that to be clear since we got a room full of landowners. The attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, but costs to inspect, maintain, provide public notice, mailings are specified in statute as costs to the drainage system.
I think it makes good sense.
But then we would also, then then the current assessments that are out there are incorrect.
Correct, those numbers are changing then, is the point I'm trying to make.
Hypothetically, because our plan is, again, we plan on maintaining these ditches, which means maintenance assessments are coming up. So if hypothetically this cost $1,000 to do what we're talking about today, that would get put to that ditch. So that ditch would have technically $1,000 negative balance in it. So when the maintenance assessments come in, it would have to pay that off first before we move forward. Would that be a fair statement?
I believe so.
So it's a good point, Chris. Thank you.
I just
Any and
one-
all
yeah.
costs get put towards a ditch. So the current assessments today would be incorrect if there's additional work. Now, the question will be though, as Mr. Ratka brought up, is if indeed, and I'm not saying that's the case, but if the contractor missed areas that were in the repair that need to be done, then that should be done. It wouldn't be an additional cost. We should have them come back and take care of it.
It depends. If we measured only the quantity they completed and didn't pay them for areas that they didn't complete, that would be additional quantity times their unit price
That's what we
that
have
they
to
would be
determine.
owed.
We have to determine that.
It was out on bid.
But based on a unit price. So we paid them only if they did not mow through an area and the inspector did not. What we can do is verify our inspection quantities. Once again, it takes more staff time, but we can verify our inspection quantities and see if the area in question was the contractor paid for clearing the vegetation in that area. If not, and we need to have them do that, they would be owed additional compensation, that quantity times their unit price.
Steve?
I think,
But you said that earlier, that wasn't broke down.
Who does the final inspection, or you just take the contractor's word that it's done?
No.
No, and once again, when everybody talks about the costs, I can have it done cheaper. Some of these additional costs are having an engineer or an inspector on site to verify the contractor's work. Yeah, we don't just take the contractor's work.
So in this case,
Does the county verify it? Is it an outside party?
No, we contracted with Houston Engineering. It wasn't Joe that's here today. They have an inspector that was on site, and I know I've seen them. They have inspection diaries and inspection quantities that they tracked. We can get into contract administration. The process is the contractor submits to us what they think they're owed. We have the inspector look at it and compare that with their field notes. Does that match up? Occasionally, we have a difference in quantities, and we have to discuss that with the contractors. Like, hey, you say you did 5 acres. When we measured it, it was only 4 1/4. Where's the difference? And sometimes we made an error, sometimes they make an error, and we work that out before they're finally paid. But
That would solve the problem, though, that people had with some parts not being cleared, some being overdug, whatever they had this morning. Or it's supposed to take care of that.
yeah, and that's where, coming before today, we had a final contract amount. The contractor requested final payment to a certain amount. We verified it with our inspection quantities. So I know there's a couple locations that are in question now. We'll just have to verify whether those are the, it would be like a third check, I suppose, to go back and see if was the contractor paid for an area that they did not do work?
Sure. Commissioner Kapinski?
Mr. Chair, and to Mark's question or your point, it was out to bid, but I'm going to tell you, those bids have changed over, we went from one buffer zone to both sides, and we've changed things along the way after we've heard people talk, so I'm not sure.
Well, and to that point, we've got to make sure that our specs are correct too,
Yes.
going forward, right?
But
Go ahead,
I
Mark.
thought that was put in the requirements that both sides of the ditches were gonna get mowed. The buffer zones, both sides. That was in prior.
And what you're
to the bid
referencing is the
going
area south of 90 on the east side.
South of 90th, yes,
Yep.
and further south,
Yep,
and there's
okay.
still trees standing.
So that's what we've
in
got
the
to,
buffer zone.
we've got to get verified.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was brought up to Houston Engineers Inspector that was out on site. It was brought up to his attention that fall that, hey, how come you're not mowing this and certain trees aren't taken out?
Well, and what we really need to verify is whether or not that was in what Hellman was supposed to do or not. And as I sit here right now, I can't tell you that until we check it out. So again, though, to Chris's point, adding this information to check on things is gonna be hopefully a insignificant amount to the ditch system, but the ditch system will have to pay for it. So, in my opinion, I don't think we throw the existing assessments out the door. We've got to deal with those, and it's probably going to be an added cost to the system going forward. That's my opinion. Otherwise,
We're gonna be starting
every
over on
assessment
this.
that everybody's got is worthless.
Yeah.
Correct. Yep, I agree.
The only alternative, I think, would be to say, oh, as of this date, you know, if it's February 4th or if it's March 4th or something, the repair project is complete. Boom, that's what that total amount is. And then, like you said, is that ongoing maintenance that's required of the ditch system? So
We gotta make sure that work is done though, if there's issues. And then we can come back and say it's done.
And you're right, that has to be double checked. We have to verify that as a board. Or I'm sorry, Chris, that has to be verified.
Again, a motion is on the floor
Yep.
for the May 20th, 6 PM Ditch Authority meeting to continue CD 14. And there's a second on it. Any other discussion amongst the commissioners? Go ahead.
I just want to bring to your attention that the 20th, you're probably going to be down 2 board members up here on the 20th for that 6 PM meeting, so you know that.
That's good to know.
Oh, is that the,
It's a library board meeting,
Oh.
and I believe
we better,
Ryan's going to be out too.
redo that.
June 3rd.
Since there's a pending motion, I would
Let it die.
recommend a vote to deny it and
Yep.
bring a new motion.
New motion, right.
All right, I'm gonna call the question. You've heard the motion for the May 20th date at 6 PM. All those in favor? Opposed?
Aye.
Motion fails. All right, June 3rd, 6 PM.
I have a 5:30 joint powers meeting.
This will oversee that.
Yeah.
Is there?
Commissioner Heinen,
I'm good on June 3rd.
Commissioner Kapinski.
Fine on June 3rd.
Okay, so then I will make a new motion to hold a public hearing continuance of CD 14 to June 3rd at 6 PM.
Aye, or I'll second that.
All right, any other discussion on the June 3rd? Anything else from staff? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, it's carried. The public hearing of the continuance of CD 14 will be June 3rd at 6 PM. Our public hearing is closed in regards to CD 14 for today. Staff, any other
nothing coming.
members?
Could I ask one more question?
All right,
You
Art.
know, now we're on 14, but now we're getting this letter for 9, are we gonna be charged another amount?
Potential.
For the notice?
No, for
No.
the
assessments.
for that one.
If you're benefiting from, if you're on 14, benefiting to 9, yes. And 12 will be too. Yes.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
on top of our 20-some thousand, now we're gonna have to pay.
Don't know.
Yeah.
Well, it's better to pay more and get the job done right. Because we've seen enough that wasn't done.
All right, members, anything else? We're adjourned at 12:26. Thank you. I'll turn it back to board chair for a regular board meeting.
So now we'll finish our regular board meeting.
Getting in your yellow.
Wait a minute or
Yeah, I was
two
just gonna
here.
say, Mr. Chair, maybe we could wait a minute.
Do we got any cows? Maybe we just do away with our
He's
update.
got a list on here, I think.
Oh, shit.
He said if you get 5 guys, 5 land, just for you to go very good, say that it's not assessed fairly, which I would take. I need to, but I can't. It's Gary Less, he used to be with it.
It's about that they can continue their business.
And the wetland stuff, he's pretty much, he's got his own firm.
Do you want to ask him to move out, or you want me to?
I'm sorry, if you guys could go out to the hallway and have a conversation until we can finish our board meeting, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Okay, we're gonna finish up our regular board meeting, and then I'll stop back and talk to him.
I don't know.
Okay.
I can get, but obviously, like Schumacher's, I think it's too late for us, but but I don't think it's too late for you guys.
Peter, freeze up.
I'm sorry, can we get your attention, please? We still have to finish our board meeting here, so if you've got conversations, please step outside. At least outside this room. Okay, let's keep moving on. Any comments by commissioners that need to be brought up? Okay, set committee of, do we want to go into meetings that you guys have been on for the last 2 weeks, or you want to go over that or not? I'd prefer to not go over that right now, and let's just move forward with setting committee of the whole meetings.
It's not on the agenda.
Monty?
Yes, sir. You ready for cows?
Yes.
We just realized we omitted the commissioner meeting updates from your agenda.
Good, well, then I guess we can't do it.
I'm sorry.
That's good.
Fine.
You're invited to the Career Solutions Annual Meeting, February 13th at 3 p.m. February 13th at 3 p.m. This is an annual event where they highlight, I think, success stories from individuals who participate in their programs. That's it looks like there's are they asking for RSVPs?
They would like an RSVP.
They would like an RSVP. Any indication of who might go?
I will not be.
No.
No.
It would be over at the Tech College at their
You're on that one,
their
Career
offices on Northway Drive, right?
It's all right. I'm here to help.
So Commissioner Heinen for sure.
Yeah.
Commissioner Benoit?
Benoit.
Yes. Got that, Beth? Okay. February 13th, 3 p.m.
Yep.
Career Solutions on Northway Drive. Next is the AMC Leadership. I'm sorry. Do we have Ledge Conference on here already? We don't have Ledge Conference?
Oh, we do have.
Yeah.
Yes. It's on the 25th.
On there already?
It's on the cow.
Okay. All right. Then I don't need this.
You didn't want the leadership though?
Yeah, of course. Right. The AMC Leadership Conference is coming up March 26th through the 28th at Grandview Lodge in Nisswa. Who might be interested in attending? Commissioner Gopinski, Commissioner Benoit,
I may.
Commissioner Heinen, Commissioner
Maybe.
Johnson, and maybe. And we will communicate separately with Commissioner Pop. So
I'll need to let you know.
Okay.
All of you and your.
And actually, Beth, is there a registration fee though?
Oh yes, there would be. Yeah,
Okay, what's the early bird date on it?
I'm looking.
I thought I saw an early bird date on that one, but maybe
It just
not.
says reserve your lodging by the 26th, February 26th.
So you have a little bit of time.
Yeah.
March 26th, 27th, and 8th, Grandview Lodge, Nisswa Leadership Summit.
I guess you can you can retain the lodging, Beth, and I can cancel, so at least that we're not on the hook there. And then I'll let you know about the attendance, so we don't pay the fee without me going.
You're gonna go? Good.
Mr. Chair, I put some things on this listing that's in your packet, but I haven't heard from Pete, so I'm not in a position to recommend your next Government Center project meeting. I'm waiting to hear from Pete whenever he tells me he's ready.
Okay.
I guess likewise, the Government Center public meetings, that's going to be best done when you've got Pete and Evan here and their calendars are open and we can schedule
Correct.
dates. So I just put it on there to keep it on our radar. Are you prepared to schedule your joint meeting of cities, townships, and the counties? We said last time sometime in April. Are you ready to schedule that today? The joint meeting of cities, townships, and the county?
What night do they usually meet?
We've done Mondays in the past.
Yeah.
I know, I'm just like you right now,
I'm thinking that we've got a lot going on with it wouldn't be bad. I'm talking on all sides of my mouth right now.
Well,
we got so much going on with these
I
ditches.
will say
right?
this, and I'm not going to be here for it, but you do have a BCAP meeting coming up on February 20th. So, maybe you want
We could talk to them at that point.
Yeah.
Just a quick highlight and
Yep.
call that our spring meeting. I don't know.
We get a quick highlight anyways at the BCAT meeting. We get a quick highlight.
It's just the county board.
Right.
Just give them a quick update and say, hey, sorry.
Your
April ain't
cities
gonna
won't be
work.
there.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. I won't be here for it, so.
Yeah. I won't be here for the BCAT meeting either.
Neither will I. AZ,
I mean,
sorry.
If Jared or Pop or
This
Pam.
is-
I will be there. Was it the
20th.
20th?
It's a Thursday evening at 7:30 in Minden.
maybe at that point in time, you can get an idea of them of if they want to handle it or have one. And then we'll readjust the time frame
Yeah.
after that.
All right, got it. I had a request then finally, Mr. Chair, to add to conversation about the dispatch lead, possibly transitioning that to a dispatch sergeant. I was asked if we could put this on the February 11th committee of the whole agenda. Are you acceptable of?
Is that a career ladder movement thing?
No, basically it's changing the lead, which exists today, into a sergeant and making it more of a full-fledged supervisor.
Didn't we have that discussion with Tessa already? Or am I thinking
Well,
of
this
something
came
else?
up during the class comp process, and they wanted to transition it to a sergeant then, and we said, look, that's not for this process. That's more a budget time issue. I understand circumstances are compelling folks in the sheriff's office to discuss this issue sooner rather than later. So it's
Well-
really your call.
Well, we took something off our February 11th meeting. I guess we could add something on it.
Okay.
That's my
Okay.
opinion, but.
That's fine. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair, those items. So.
Okay. Move to set the cows.
second?
There's a motion on the table, second the motion, then you can bring it up.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, Jared did
Oh,
second it.
sorry, okay, bring something up now.
When I went to your emergency meeting for you, they do have, a free, it's for cyber risk awareness, coming up, and that would be for February 12th, if anybody's even interested in going.
Okay.
But
Okay.
it-
Yep. So we got a motion and a second to set the cows. Any further discussion on that? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's passed. Commissioner Gopinski, you have something.
Yes. I how did you know that? Was it just with smoke coming?
I think it was the finger up.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I do, I'm 18th, yeah.
Would you be in remote for the employee forum too, or not?
I would probably have to miss that.
Okay.
So.
Just let us know. Give us an
I'll let
address.
you know.
Give us an address. We just publish it.
Worst
3
case
days.
scenario, I can give you an address, and if I'm here according to what we've, then I'm fine.
Then
You're fine.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
No,
So-
you can't. Sorry. You gave
What
us
I'll do is
address
I'll get
to-
you an address of where I'll be. That casino's opening in Omaha, so.
Okay. Yeah. Good. We'll
Yep.
be covered then.
Okay, anything else? Okay, we're adjourned at 12:35.
Oops. I
For
got
the
it.
record, Scott,
Oh, come on.
I don't like you right now.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't. Why
Everybody ready?
Yep, Chair.
We'll call to order the Benton County Board of Commissioners meeting. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, roll call. Note that all commissioners are here except for Commissioner Pop, and he's excused. Approve or amend the agenda, Monty?
We have no changes.
Board?
Motion to approve the agenda is presented, Mr. Chair.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. County Board meetings are broadcasted live and video recorded on YouTube. Please refrain from speaking from the audience area and come to the podium so that the viewers can hear you. County Board observes Robert's Rules of Order for its meetings, so please obtain the board's chair's consent before addressing the County Board. Public comments are generally reserved for the open forum segment or public hearings. However, public comment on other agenda items may be allowed at the discretion of the board chair. As we begin today, please turn off the cell phones or turn them on to vibrate. Thank you. Beth, nothing on the open forum? Thank you. Consent agenda, what would we like to do with 1 through 10?
Move approval.
I am going,
Hold it.
okay.
We've got a motion, so we have to act on that motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Further discussion. Commissioner Benoit?
I would like to pull consent item number 5 and consent item number 10 and abstain from 2.
I'll amend my motion to include those.
Also amend my second.
Thank you. Thank you, motion maker, seconder. Okay, with that, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Okay, Commissioner Benoit, number 5.
That one, I wasn't on the board when all of this came up, so just a brief explanation as to what that is.
Monty?
Sure. So 2024 was the first year of our 3-year class and comp maintenance program. So the county board entered an agreement with David Drown Associates to review a third of our classifications each year for possible reclassifications or market adjustments. And I believe those recommendations were presented last fall. Well, with any employee that's covered by a collective bargaining agreement, in order for you to implement those changes, you have to have an agreement, a negotiated agreement. And because we have contracts in place through the end of this year, you formalize that agreement through this document, a memorandum of agreement. So it's kind of an addition to or an amendment to the existing 3-year CBA. And basically the union says, okay, yeah, we agree to how you want to implement this, and the members vote on it, and then they sign off on it. So that's why this is on your agenda. And this is actually, we have 8 bargaining units, and this is the last one that we have an agreement with. So this will then have all of our groups settled.
Okay, thank you.
Got your clarification on that?
I did.
Okay, we'll take number 10 too.
Number 10, I just know that we discussed some stuff in the cow on how to reduce costs at the sheriff's department.
Yes.
So I know this was brought up at our cow to try and see if there was other options to try and cut that back.
I agree, Commissioner Benoit. Did Commissioner Heinen, Commissioner Kapinski have an opportunity to meet with the sheriff about this?
No, we have not yet.
I see Troy has with us by go-to, just.
Troy, would you like to comment on that?
Certainly. So we routinely seek what the updated pricing is going to be for the coming year. This is the price that our food vendor is asking. I know that in preparation for the meeting with Commissioners Kapinski and Heinen, we have sought some additional bids to see what else is out there and how competitive this bid is. I don't have results of that. I do know that in the past, when we've gone out for bid, that Summit Foods has been has been very competitive and or they've been willing to match the other bids. A 3.8% increase, I think, is very reasonable given the times we live in, and it's the lowest one we've seen in several years. So I'd be willing to entertain any other questions that the board might have.
Mr. Chair, Sheriff, that 287,000 was, and I haven't done the math here, but is based on how many inmate population? Because I know you have a chart here that shows that it, obviously the price goes down the higher number of inmates we have. But what was that number based off of for inmates?
Yeah. I believe when I did the math on that, I figured an average daily population of 40, either 35 or 40.
Okay. And right now, what's our current population?
It's been going in between 35 and 40.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Troy?
Actually, Mr. Chair, I do have one more. What's the timeline on this, Sheriff? I mean, the commissioners haven't met with you yet about this for some other possibilities. So do we have a strict timeline, or is there something we can hold off on a little bit?
So of course, awaiting Commissioner Hines' return, we discussed getting with these two board members and getting some dates today to have that first meeting. So
do we have time to hold off on this then, I guess is my
that's a question for Troy. What is the time frame to get this adopted? When does the current contract expire, by the way?
The current amendment expired on February 1st.
Okay.
If you'll permit, I can find the original agreement and find what our opt-out is. My suspicion is that we have the ability to terminate this amendment per the terms of the original agreement. I can, if you'll permit, I will see if I can find that quickly.
Yeah.
You can certainly table this and discuss it later in today's meeting if you wish.
Yeah. It's your poll. What would you like to do with it?
I'd like to table it till we have more information.
Okay.
Okay. Excuse me. So Commissioner Bunoy, what would you like to do with number 5?
I'll make a motion.
To approve.
To approve.
I'll second that.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any further discussion on that? I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. And then number 10, table it.
I'll let her, it's her.
Yeah,
item
I'll
again.
make a motion to table that till later in the meeting.
Okay, thank you, and I'll
Okay.
second that also.
Okay, got clarification on that? Everyone's okay with that? Okay, if not, I'll call that question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you. We'll be getting back to you, Troy. Okay, next up,
Very good.
Monty. The next item is agenda is a public hearing to consider creating a local housing trust fund. Before opening the public hearing, we'll first hear from county staff. And
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask Amanda if she could come to the podium and address this issue for you. You were kind of ready for this, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay.
Figured I would be. Good morning,
morning.
County Board.
Morning.
I'd like to just kind of give you a little bit of background on establishing this local housing trust fund for the county. Essentially, the housing trust fund is going to be a permanent source of funding for continuing to meet some of our housing needs as it relates to when we established we established the housing study back in 2023, finalized that housing study, and there's a lot of information in that housing study that suggests that there's a huge housing need in the county. We identified a need of 3,800 units across the county. Part of that is implementing that housing study across the county, right? And one of those ways is to establish this local housing trust fund. And the whole local housing trust fund is essentially a tool to park some of the local housing aid dollars into so that we can utilize those funds for various different programming across the county. In addition, establishing the local housing trust fund allows us to leverage additional dollars from the state of Minnesota and other sources. For example, Minnesota Housing right now has an RFP out there for us to apply to leverage additional dollars. We can apply for up to $225,000. But the only caveat to that is that we have a tool at the county, such as our local housing trust fund, to park those funds, if you will. The housing trust fund really is a tool to establish different types of programming. So one of the programming options that we're proposing after the establishment of this housing trust fund is to create a revolving loan fund, a fix-up fund, if you will, for some of our existing housing stock. We know that our existing housing stock needs some work in their county. It's older, so that this housing trust fund is a tool to kind of help establish some of those programs, such as that fix-up fund, if you will. So part of establishing this ordinance, there's a couple different components to the ordinance itself. So obviously the purpose is that it parks those funds for us that we receive from the state of Minnesota. There's eligible activities that you can designate within the trust fund to utilize those funds for different programming. As I mentioned, we can make grants, we can make loans. It doesn't necessarily have to be for low-income project. It can be for market rate projects. It can be for a wide variety of different projects, so we can create programming for. The caveat to that is that we need to create a program, a policy, and an application, and that's identified within the Housing Trust Fund ordinance. Another caveat to establishing the Housing Trust Fund is that we have to have a dedicated source of funding for this particular ordinance. And the dedicated source of funding is a couple of different things that we have already established. The local housing aid dollars has been dedicated or allocated to BEP to manage that on behalf of the county, and those funds are in a separate account already and earning interest. They have been earning interest since the time that we've been securing those funds on behalf of the county. And our current balance in that local housing aid account is $468.31. And of course, that's with earning interest over the past couple of years. So that's a dedicated source of funding. Also, the investment earnings from that fund is considered a dedicated source of funding. So we must have a dedicated source of funding in order to establish the Housing Trust Fund, okay? So those are our two dedicated sources. Other dedicated sources can come from local municipalities if they're doing projects in their city and they dedicate a portion of fees, if you will, to the trust fund. They can do that. We can have private investors dedicate source of private dollars into this trust fund. So really it is a tool for us to park additional dollars, whether it's private or public money, okay? The administration of the Housing Trust Fund, really, we have it identified here as the nonprofit administrator. BEP has been dedicated to provide the administration of the Housing Trust Fund and as well as the local housing, county's local housing aid dollars. And so we would be the ones, Benton Economic Partnership would be the ones to administer the Housing Trust Fund and any funds that go into this account. So we will be the ones administering specific programs authorized by the ordinance. Again, creating applications, programs, policies, and then determining the terms and conditions of repayments of the loans or the grants that we issue. So any projects that we work on utilizing these Housing Trust Fund dollars, we'll have a program in place, we'll have an application in place, and will be the ones administering it on behalf of the county. So essentially, those are the nuts and bolts of creating this ordinance. Again, a tool for the county to park public and private dollars and leverage additional funding through the state and other, federal apparently too as well. So I will open it up for questions if you have any.
At this time, we'll save that for the end. At this time, we'll now open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience or online who wishes to address the county board on this agenda item? If so, please come to the podium and give us your name and your address. Anybody wishing to speak on this matter? Final call for anyone wishing to address the county board. Okay, seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Are there any emails, letters, communications to be read into the record other than what you've already read?
No.
Has the department received any comments or concerns from any state agencies, cities, or townships on this agenda item?
No.
Thank you. Let's see. If any official action was required by an affected township, what was that action? And there was none, I'm assuming?
None.
Okay, county board now will have time for questions of staff and discussion. As a reminder to the audience, the public hearing portion is closed. Now we can open it up for questions.
Mr. Chair, a couple questions, Amanda. County board or EDA, which board is going to be helping manage this and making decisions?
It'll be the county board.
Okay. Also, if I'm understanding you correctly, the statewide affordable housing aid, those dollars year after year will go into this local trust fund?
It's already going into an account, a separate account, but it'll be facilitated and managed through the local housing aid.
And then I knew the 120,000 plus we had last year, and now
Mhm.
I see the 25 certified aid is down to 50. What, do you know what the formula is, why that's so much less? Yeah, so it's gonna be all over the place.
It may be, and it's not certain whether or not the state is going to continue to dedicate local housing aid dollars to communities. But again, we do have to have a dedicated source of funding, and even though it is, even if that funding source is shut off, if you will, we still have the interest earnings from the account to consider it the dedicated source of revenue.
And then you'll treat that revolving loan fund like you do with the other, where the paperwork comes in, it gets reviewed, and we approve or deny it?
Essentially, we will work with a third party that will actually administer, they specialize in administering small loans like that.
Okay.
And so they have it already set up. We already have I have a draft policy in place.
Yep.
And an application, and I'll come to the county board with that information. And essentially, it'll be up to BEP to manage that once that policy and program and application is already in place.
Sure.
So I won't necessarily need to come to the county board for every loan.
Okay.
That will be,
That's what I
that
wanted
will
to
need to be
clarify, yeah.
administered.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions for Amanda?
I'm good.
I just got one comment, Mr. Chair. Thank you again for BEP stepping up on this. If not, we'd be figuring it out on our end, or it not happening.
Right.
BEP has taken on a lot of things for us, and
Yeah.
truly appreciate this too.
Thank you,
Happy
Amanda.
to do so.
Okay.
All right, then with that, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to adopt an ordinance establishing a local housing trust fund and directing its publication in the county official newspapers.
A second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Amanda, for
Thank
doing
you.
this. Truly appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, at this time, we'll recess the county board meeting to conduct an Economic Development Authority, EDA meeting.
Might as well just stay up here then, huh?
You might as well just keep standing.
I'm gonna try to pull up a presentation real quick.
Mr. Chair, while she's getting ready, or do we want to do our housekeeping and the other stuff?
That is correct. So at this point in time, we'll have to select a chair and a vice chair for the EDA. And in the past, it's always been the chair and the vice chair of the board that is on this.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we nominate Commissioner Pop as the chair and Commissioner Heinen as the vice chair for the EDA for the 2025 calendar year.
I'll second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Approve or amend the minutes of June 18, 2024 meeting.
Move approval.
Second. We got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you. Amanda, consider a microloan request.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. We have a new microloan request from Odom Medical Group. Odom Medical Group is 100% owned by Dr. Robert Odom. He's been in business for 8 years. They operate as a primary care clinic. They are offering a bunch of different services. They're considered a rural health clinic. They offer primary services including acute care, routine, preventive care, chronic disease management, physical, behavioral, and mental health care for the community. They also operate, they currently operate out of 2 locations in Crystal and in St. Cloud, Minnesota. This will be their 3rd location in Foley, Minnesota. They offer mobile services, which is quite unique for a medical facility. They will be able to go out into our rural communities and offer medical care. They are proposing to build a brand-new clinic here in Foley, Minnesota, located at 700 Penn Street. This is the location. I don't know if I need to do anything for our online folks. I don't know if they can see this or if they need it.
I'd have to do a share screen inside GoToMeeting.
Okay.
So,
Do we need?
do that if you'd like me to.
Sure.
Okay.
So the new location will be at 700 Penn Street. The construction of the building will be 1 floor, roughly 6,000 square feet. Oh, we could just leave it if that's fine, if that works for you.
Let's see.
It will include 12 exam rooms, an X-ray room, a lab, 3 offices, a large open office area, mechanical room, janitorial room, and a secure records storage area. The applicant is requesting a $140,000 microloan to construct their new facility. The request that they're proposing represents about 4.4% of the total project cost. Obviously underneath the maximum allowed by, thank you, a maximum allowed by the county's policy. It's underneath that. Our threshold is actually 35%. Their project is, has gone through all the government zoning requirements and all of the state and federal regulations. They comply with all of that. They're proposing to create at least 7 full-time jobs at $25 an hour. The primary lender is Franson Bank in Foley. Total project cost is just over $3.3 million. And they are putting in roughly $191,000 of owner equity, total bank participation of 1.6, and their request from Minnesota Business Finance Corporation of 1.3. So that leaves a rough gap of $140,000. So our loan committee, here I'll just give you a quick synopsis of the rendering of their facility. It's a very nice facility. The BEP Loan Committee reviewed and vetted their loan on January 10th, 2025. They thoroughly reviewed it and recommended approval of the $140,000 microloan request, amortized over 20 years with a 10-year balloon payment, interest rate of 5.5%, and it is proposed that the county will take 3rd position on their collateral and real estate, which is typical in this type of project. It is also going to be secured through a mortgage and personal guarantees. The applicant also understands that the county's policy, it requires full collateral coverage, personal guarantees, and life insurance policies on the loan itself. I just have one statement that Dr. Odom was not able to attend today. He has another meeting that he just could not cancel to be here. But he wanted to thank the board for supporting this loan to build a primary care clinic in Foley, Minnesota. It will provide healthcare access in the county and beyond. The city and much of the county are designated medically underserved. And this is a remarkably important loan to help improve this need. So I just wanted to provide that little statement, even though he wasn't able to be here. He wanted to express his gratitude to the county board and the EDA. Again, just kind of a recap of the revolving loan fund request. And the county action this morning is to approve by motion a resolution approving a $140,000 microloan for Odom Medical Group with a 20-year 10-year balloon, 5.5% interest, and execute of the loan documents by the county administrator and the board chair. One comment I would like to make in relations to the loan documents that you have in your packet. At the time that those loan documents were delivered to you with the packet in general, there's just been some minor changes to the overall loan documents, some just minor, very minor administrative changes. And then the only major change would be to the actual mortgage itself. Instead of Odom Medical Group being the mortgager, it's actually Odom Realty Holdings, because they're the ones that own the real estate. So it's just a administrative change there, but I just wanted to point that out in your loan docs.
And those changes will be noted in that then, correct?
The changes are already updated, and
Okay.
they will be ready for your signatures. But
Thank you, Commissioner
Yes.
Kapinski.
Amanda, all the banks and everything are all on board with the changes too?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. Mhm.
Okay.
Amanda, how much do we have in a revolving loan fund? I think you knew I was going to ask you that.
I knew that you were going to ask that. So we have, as of December 31st, our ending cash balance was $933,800.60. We have 4 loans out to date, and the total principal balance is $205,337.77. Last year, interest earnings, we received just over $19,000 in interest earnings from those loans.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll make a motion. Oh, go ahead.
No, go right ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve the microloan for Odom Medical or Odom Realty.
Odom Medical Group.
Odom Medical Group for $140,000.
I'll second it.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Do we need to include the 20-year?
Actually, if you just amend your motion to approve the resolution, it'll help us execute the
Okay.
the
I'll
loan
amend
docs.
my motion to include the resolution.
Thank you.
I'll second that also.
Okay, great, thank you, motion maker and seconder. Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Thank you for everything you're doing once again.
Yes,
On
you're
behalf
welcome.
of the county board.
Happy to do it.
Okay, with that, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Once again, thank you very much, Amanda.
Thank you.
Anything else in front of us, Amanda, for EDA board?
Unless you have any questions, I wanted to review, the loan summaries that we had, which you asked about, so I don't have anything else further.
Okay, thank you. At this point in time, we'll adjourn the EDA board at 9:29 and recess our regular board meeting.
Reconvene?
Reconvene, sure.
with an
Recess,
R.
reconvene,
All the same, huh?
Well, yeah, so far. Okay. Next up, I don't see Ann in the audience. The extension educator, introductions to the new extension educators? That'd be you? Great.
Morning to the county board.
Good morning.
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 Is not with us this morning, but us. My name is Lauren Heers. I'm the small farms and local foods educator for Benton as well as Stearns, Morrison, Sherburne counties. Since we both started, I started in August, Jackie started early September. My areas of focus since then have been largely land rent, grant writing support, and agritourism. The agritourism question has been brought up many times. The first workshop I held for agritourism was last Monday. That was in St. Joseph, but we had attendees from all 4 of the counties that we serve, several from Benton as well. And last fall, Jackie and I both hosted a few land rent workshops as well, a few in person and then one webinar format as well. And coming up, we've got an organic row crops day that we're holding right outside of St. Cloud at the end of March. That's going to cover from soil and crop production to the marketing and economic side of things. It's going to be like a 4-hour event with a range of speakers covering those topics as well as a farmer panel. And personally, next fall, I'm working on building a small farm startup school. That'll be with the other educators in the Quad Counties, as well as partnership with another educator in a neighboring county who's done this program before. So we're now working on what format it'll be, whether it's a single-day event that is brought around different locations or one location that's spread out in more of a multi-day workshop type setup. Additionally, I have a grant writing curriculum that I'm working on that's carried on from my predecessor, Anthony, who had been working on grant writing program. And when he was in this position too, he had noted that grant writing and grant support was something that was very established as being a need. So, and I love working with grants. I've done grant writing in the past and served on grant boards, review boards, and have done worked in a grant writing group as well. I think cybersecurity is another program that is in the works, something that has been established as a need. No farmers who've had a lot of trouble with that, and it's a growing issue. So that's something that is going to get developed over the summer. As well as next year, looking into 2026, an agritourism passport situation. So it's still very broad, but it's likely going to be a document that is a self-guided tour setup, which would have locations for different producers, farmers in the Quad County area where we work, including Benton, that have agritourism operations, whether it's you-pick situations, flower farms, tours, educational things. And so that's out into 2026. I think that's it for the current planned and then proposed things. But Jack, you want to go, and then we could take any questions you have.
Right, well, hello everyone. My name is Jackie Estrom. I am the Sustainable Ag, Soil Health, and Water Quality Educator for Stearns, Benton, Morrison, and Sherburne counties. I just want to highlight a couple of events that I have coming up for the area. The first, chronologically, is private pesticide applicator training. That is a training that basically anyone who handles restricted use pesticides needs to have a certification, and that training helps everyone with that certification renew their license. So it's basically like a 3-year license, and they have to renew it. So one of the workshops will be in Duelm on February 25th. There are also other workshops around the state, and the U of M Extension has a website with details for those. So if growers can't come to that specific workshop, there are also other options. And if they're a little bit far away, or if growers just don't want to come to the workshop, there is option to retest as well. So that's one of